One morning in springtime, as day was a-dawning, bright fevers had risen from over the lea, and I spied a fair maiden as homeward she rambled from herding her flocks on the hills of Glenshee. I stood in amazement, says I, pretty fair maid, if you would come down to St. Johnston with me, for I ne'er saw a lady set foot in my castle. I ne'er saw a lady dressed grander than thee. A coach and 6 horses to go at your bidding, and all those who speak shall say, ma'am, unto thee. 9 servants to serve you and go at your bidding. I'll make you my bride, pretty lass of Glenshee. Now what do I care for your castles and your coaches? What do I care for your gay conjury? For I'd rather be here in my cot at my spinning, or herding my flocks on the hills of Glenshee. Away with such nonsense, and sit up beside me. Ere summer comes in, my sweet bride you will be, and then in my arms I will gently caress thee. 'Twas then she consented, and I took her with me. Seven years have rolled on since we were united, and there's many that change, but there's no change in me. And my love, she's as fair as that morn on the mountain, when I plucked me a wild rose. on the hills of Glenshee. And my love, she's as fair as that morn on the mountain when I plucked me a wild rose on the hills of Glenshee.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Okay, we're going to see if I can make it through this. I'm not letting a little fever and shaky keep me down for long. It's been a while since I've seen y'all. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Terry, Jen, Pat, Sherry, Anthony, Vicki, Pam, Echo, Daniel. It's good to see all y'all. Mary, Cheryl. What else we got? 420. Tate. There you go, Vicki. Oh, okay. Well, don't drink it if you hate it. All right, I think I got everybody. Thank you all for being here. Prepper 101, good to see you. Zombie Force. So, yeah, it's been a crazy week, hasn't it? Well, I probably missed a lot because I know one day I think I slept for like 12 hours. And y'all, this is the homemade electrolyte thing you can. This is what I did. Just a bottle of water, lemon juice, pinch of salt, shake it all together, and that really helped. Throat's still a little raw. You can probably hear it, but this is still good. And sitting here, I don't know. I'm still drinking it. So one thing that stood out to me this week, is this one, and I'm going to share it with y'all. Wait, first, I have some scriptures that I think fit. Okay, this one is Proverbs 3:23. Then you will walk in your way securely, and your foot will not stumble. And then the next one is 1 Corinthians 13:13. And now abide faith, hope, and love. These three, but the greatest of these is love. And then the next one is Matthew 19:21. If you want to be perfect, go sell your possessions and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come follow me. That one's a big one. That one is powerful. How many people are willing to do that? Sell all of your possessions and give to the poor. Hey, Carolina, good to see you. So, in reading those, it brought me to hmm, one question I have. What is some of the things we all agree on? So the reason I ask that is because okay, so I have been talking about other countries and how they combine families, like they have generational families in the home. They take care of each other. So for whatever reason, we believe that moving out on your own, being self-sufficient is the best way. Is it really? If we move out into the country and live off grid, live on our own, self-sufficient, are we really doing ourselves good? Because it is human nature to be around other people. So I can see many ways that that would be maybe detrimental to a person. Then you kind of become a hermit. And maybe that's where the agoraphobia, things like that come in, is whenever you just stay away from people. It is not a good thing, I don't think. Yes, Carolina, we do all have to do what is within our means. That's why I'm doing a big major change. So secure your area, yes, I absolutely believe that. But at the same time, I don't think that means checking out of civilization. And the Bible tells us our neighbors. And that's why I talk a lot about building your community around you, the community where you live. Not everybody's going to think the same way. Not everybody's going to live the same way. Not everybody's going to, but still, there's going to be common ground somewhere, and find that common ground and build on it. That's all it is. Find the cornerstone. Be the cornerstone. I know, Carolina. Yes, people looking out for each other. Exactly, Cheryl. I think that they have destroyed our trust on purpose. I think that so many things are are happening to make us not trust, but also at the same time, I think that that is possibly part of their plan, is to keep us from trusting anyone. And when it comes down to it, when you're in need, you're going to have to trust. And as long as you are prepared mentally, physically, and spiritually, I think you're going to be okay. Pray about it. If it's meant to be, God is going to open those doors for it to happen. No, Mary, I don't notice that. When I go into town, it's hugs and just talking to people. Um, and I make sure of that. If I see anyone I know, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. And they come over and give me a hug, and we just talk for a little bit and go on. You just, you have to have that. Um, that's the one thing I'm concerned about moving to a more secluded areas. I'm not going to have that, but yes, I am, because I'm already thinking about people in that area that I do know and inviting them over, barbecue, whatever, and just build those ties because we need those ties. We need to know that there's people out there. I'm going to need some things built. I'm going to need um, some things moved. I'm going to need some things done. And so um, I have to depend on some men with muscle. And money's limited. So if I cook, we'll see what happens. Yes, Carolina, exactly. We have control over how we interact with people. And that's where it begins. Just smile at somebody and see what happens. Not a weird smile, just a hey, wave at them driving down the road. And then what did I write? So is the thought of the something coming together, rhetoric, realistic. So is the thought of the numbers coming together realistic? That's what I wrote. Okay. Can't even read my own handwriting because I write it in the middle of the night when not feeling well. And hey, Chima, good to see you. Eventually, I'll be electricity. It's a good one. And I know we live in different areas, and um, it, it it is different for everybody, but at the same time, I still can't help but think that humans are human. There's good people out there. The Energizer Bunny, Gma. In town, people don't care. Well, they do around here. Um, and that's uh, if okay. If y'all don't have a neighbors page, that's a good way to get to know your neighbors. If you if you have Facebook still, I still do because that's how I know what's going on. We have a scanner page, tells us if there's a wreck or a structure fire, whatever. It's and a lot of times they'll post a picture. I can blow it up, make sure it's not any family. I know that's a rough way to find out. Anyway, is a rough way to find out. Even when DPS comes to your house to tell you, there's no good way to find out. So I'd rather find out sooner than later. I know a lady that yeah, it was just horrible. She didn't even find out on Facebook. She went to work. She didn't know anything that went on, and everybody in the town knew what happened, and so they had to tell her when she got to work. I don't know why DPS did not go to her home. Somebody, first responder, anybody, why they didn't go to her home and tell her. It's kind of a messed up thing, and hopefully that's been worked out since then, but it's been a few years ago. But a neighbor's page, that's where the Karens will complain. You'll know who the Karens are. That's where, you'll see somebody complain that, oh, your garbage barrel was on the road for too long. Or we had one man that was diagnosed with cancer, and so he let his yard grow wild. We all know why, because there's medicine in those weeds, but everyone else thought that he should keep it mowed and look pretty because it's ruining the neighborhood. Well, I was backing him on all of that. Karen, is nothing on you. I'm dead. All right, I'm gonna share this video that this is a big one, y'all. This is Second Amendment, and pretty interesting how they made it. There it is. See if this works. I started out, and that's why it took me a little minute longer. I was in a backstage thing, and I went to go push live, and I was like, where's my live button? Oh no. And I had to redo everything. Yeah, I'm still not with it, y'all, but push through it, right? Here we go. Let me see. Are we at the beginning? Oh, come on. Oh, we are. Whatever.
Of gun control in America. And what happened 3 weeks ago is about to change everything for every gun owner in this country. Federal judges didn't just strike down a few regulations, they obliterated the entire legal framework that's been strangling your Second Amendment rights for decades. The anti-gun establishment is in complete panic mode right now, calling emergency sessions and frantically trying to figure out how to respond. If you own a firearm, carry for protection, or have been thinking about exercising your Second Amendment rights, the 10 new legal realities I'm about to reveal could be the difference between unprecedented freedom and accidentally becoming a felon overnight. Hit that subscribe button right now, because what happened in these courtrooms changed the entire game. Rule 10, the interstate travel protection. Rule number 10, just detonated like a legal nuclear bomb in every restrictive state capital. And if you've ever been nervous about traveling through anti-gun states with your legally owned firearm, your worries just evaporated overnight. The Second Circuit just established what they're calling the Federal Travel Supremacy Doctrine that completely obliterates state authority to criminalize interstate firearm transport. When you're traveling between states where your firearm possession is legal, you now have absolute federal protection that overrides every single state and local restriction along your route. The court ruled that the constitutional right to travel between states cannot be subject to a gauntlet of local criminalization that would effectively trap citizens within their home state borders. But here's the nuclear detail, sending shockwaves through every anti-gun state. The court didn't just protect basic transport, they protected loaded carry during travel stops. That means driving from Florida to Maine with a valid carry permit. You can now legally carry your loaded firearm during gas stops, restaurant visits, and hotel stays in every state along your route, regardless of local laws. The protection phrase that's been legally bulletproofed is this: Officer, I am engaged in lawful interstate travel under federal supremacy doctrine, providing me absolute federal protection throughout this journey. Police departments are frantically retraining officers because detaining travelers for legal interstate firearm transport now violates federal civil rights law. Rule 9. The private property fortress doctrine. Rule number 9, just turned your private property into an impenetrable constitutional fortress that the federal government can no longer breach without meeting the highest legal standards in American law. The Fourth Circuit completely demolished the ATF's authority to conduct warrantless searches based solely on gun ownership or business activities. Your home, your land, and your private business premises now receive what they're calling enhanced constitutional protection when firearms are involved, meaning federal agents need specific criminal probable cause and a properly issued warrant before they can even step foot on your property. The court ruled that the government cannot treat lawful gun ownership as inherent grounds for suspicion, and any inspection or search of private property must meet the same rigorous standards required for any other constitutional right. Those surprise ATF compliance checks that have terrorized gun store owners for decades are now legally impossible without a warrant. The protection phrase every property owner needs memorized. Under the new Fourth Circuit, ruling on private property protection, you need a warrant based on specific criminal probable cause to enter my property for any firearm-related purpose. Gun ranges, private collectors, and home-based dealers now have bulletproof legal protection that makes their property essentially untouchable without clear evidence of actual criminal activity. The ATF is scrambling to figure out how to conduct any enforcement without violating this new constitutional firewall. Rule 8. The ammunition liberation. Rule number 8 just obliterated every ammunition restriction nationwide. And it happened so fast that retailers are still scrambling to figure out what it means for their businesses. The DC Circuit ruled that the Second Amendment's protection of arms explicitly includes ammunition, and any restriction on ammunition purchases is subject to the same strict scrutiny as restrictions on firearms themselves. The opinion was devastating to gun control advocates, stating that a firearm without ammunition is merely an expensive club, and the right to keep and bear arms necessarily includes the right to render those arms functional through ammunition. Historical analysis shows the founders never separated the two concepts. California's background checks for ammunition are now dead. New York's online ammunition ban is unconstitutional. Illinois' serialized ammunition proposals are legally impossible. Connecticut's quantity limits have been struck down. When an officer or official challenges your ammunition purchase or possession, here's your response. The new DC Circuit ruling established that ammunition receives full Second Amendment protection, and any restriction on my ammunition that wouldn't apply to the firearm itself is presumptively unconstitutional. Gun stores that have been forced to run background checks on every box of bullets sold can now return to over-the-counter sales. Online ammunition retailers blocked from shipping to restrictive states can now ship anywhere in America. The ammunition shortage created by bureaucratic restrictions just got solved by constitutional law. Rule 7. The business license revolution. Rule number 7 just turned the federal licensing system upside down, and gun dealers across America are celebrating what's being called the end of ATF tyranny over legitimate firearms businesses. The Fifth Circuit didn't just limit ATF authority over gun businesses, they completely restructured how federal firearms licenses work and stripped away decades of bureaucratic overreach that's been crushing small gun stores. The court ruled that the ATF cannot use subjective standards or arbitrary enforcement to deny, revoke, or harass federal firearms license holders, and established that gun businesses now receive the same constitutional protections as any other legitimate commerce. The majority opinion stated that the right to engage in lawful commerce involving constitutionally protected items cannot be subject to the whims of federal bureaucrats who treat every gun dealer as a potential criminal. This means those surprise inspections designed to find paperwork violations are now severely limited. The ATF can no longer revoke licenses for minor clerical errors or technical violations that don't involve actual criminal activity. Home-based FFLs that have been harassed out of business by zoning complaints and neighborhood pressure now have federal protection. The protection phrase that every gun dealer needs. Under the new Fifth Circuit business protection ruling, my FFL operations are constitutionally protected commerce that cannot be subjected to arbitrary enforcement or harassment. Processing times for new licenses that have stretched for months are now capped at 60 days. And the ATF must provide specific criminal justification for any denial or revocation. Rule 6. The Digital Privacy Shield, rule number 6, just made your digital privacy legally bulletproof. And the implications are so massive that every government agency tracking gun owners is scrambling to figure out what they can still legally do. The Ninth Circuit ruled that digital surveillance of gun owners violates the Fourth Amendment when combined with Second Amendment activities, creating what they're calling an impenetrable digital fortress around your firearms-related online behavior. The court found that the government was using cell phone data, internet searches, credit card transactions, and social media monitoring to create comprehensive profiles of gun owners, then using that information to target them for investigations. The judge wrote that the government cannot transform the exercise of a constitutional right into perpetual digital surveillance, and when technology allows the state to monitor every aspect of lawful gun ownership, it crosses the line from regulation to oppression. This means tracking your visits to gun stores through location data is now illegal. Monitoring your online ammunition purchases violates your privacy rights. Recording your gun-related internet searches requires a specific warrant. Social media surveillance based on firearms content is unconstitutional. The protection phrase that destroys government snooping. Officer, I do not consent to any digital searches of my devices or records. And any surveillance based on lawful firearm ownership violates the new Ninth Circuit ruling on digital privacy. States maintaining gun registries now have to prove they're not sharing data with federal agencies or using it for surveillance purposes. And if they can't prove it, those registries become unconstitutional overnight. Rule 5. The carry permit revolution. Rule number 5 just made every restrictive carry law in America legally impossible. And the language the Supreme Court used is so broad that legal experts are calling it the death of discretionary licensing nationwide. In a shocking 6-3 decision, the court declared that the Second Amendment contains no geographic limitations, and a right delayed is a right denied, while a right restricted to certain citizens based on subjective criteria is no right at all. The court established 3 bombshell principles that are forcing 12 states to completely overhaul their carry permit systems immediately. First, any carry permit system that takes longer than 30 days is presumptively unconstitutional. Second, subjective good cause requirements are completely dead across all 50 states. Third, states cannot charge more than $50 for a carry permit, period. The majority opinion was devastating to may-issue states, stating that arbitrary delays, subjective standards, and prohibitive fees transform a constitutional right into a government-granted privilege, which the Constitution forbids. Here's the phrase that every gun owner needs memorized. Under the new Supreme Court precedent, I have a constitutional right to carry that cannot be subjected to arbitrary delays, subjective standards, or prohibitive fees. Applications that have been pending for months in restrictive states are now automatically approved after 30 days. California, New York, New Jersey, and 9 other states just had their entire carry permit systems invalidated. Police chiefs who have been rubber stamping denials for decades now face personal liability if they continue rejecting applications without objective criminal justification. Rule 4. The Registration Destruction Order. Rule number 4 just ordered the federal government to delete millions of gun owner records, and the ruling is so comprehensive that it's being called the complete death of gun registration in America. The DC Circuit didn't just limit the ATF's record keeping, they ordered the immediate destruction of all digitized gun owner databases within 90 days, and found that maintaining searchable records violates both federal law and the Second Amendment. The court ruled that Congress explicitly prohibited a federal gun registry when they passed the Firearm Owners Protection Act. And the ATF's practice of maintaining searchable databases of gun purchases, even if they call it something else, is precisely what Congress forbade. The judge wrote that the court is not fooled by semantic games, and a searchable database by any other name is still an illegal registry. But here's the nuclear bombshell that's sending shockwaves through every state capital. The court ruled that any state sharing registry information with federal agencies is participating in an illegal federal registry and must immediately stop or face federal prosecution. States now must choose between keeping their registries purely local or losing them entirely. The protection phrase that matters. The new DC Circuit ruling prohibits any federal database of gun owners, and any attempt to record my information in a searchable federal system violates federal law and court order. The NRA is calling this the biggest victory in their organizational history. The ATF has 90 days to prove they've destroyed every digitized record or face contempt of court charges, and state attorneys general are frantically reviewing their data sharing agreements with federal agencies. Rule 3. The Seizure Immunity Protocol. Rule number 3 just dropped a tactical nuclear weapon on civil asset forfeiture and red flag laws in one devastating 7-2 Supreme Court decision that's being called the most important Fourth Amendment ruling in 50 years. The Chief Justice delivered a majority opinion that completely obliterates the government's ability to seize firearms without criminal charges, stating that the government cannot seize property, especially constitutionally protected property like firearms, without a criminal conviction, and pre-conviction seizures violate both the Second and Fourth Amendments simultaneously. This means red flag laws that don't require actual criminal charges are now unconstitutional across all 50 states. Civil asset forfeiture of firearms is completely dead. Temporary seizures during investigations are now illegal unless someone is actually arrested and charged with a specific crime. The court established what they're calling the criminal conviction requirement. No seizure of firearms is permitted without an arrest, formal charges, and due process. Police can no longer say, "We're taking your guns while we investigate," or "Someone said you might be dangerous, so we're confiscating everything." Your nuclear response to any seizure attempt. The new Supreme Court precedent prohibits the seizure of firearms without arrest and criminal charges, and any attempt to take my firearms without arresting me for a specific crime violates the Second and Fourth Amendments. Police departments across the country are frantically retraining officers because those who seize guns without proper arrest and charges now face personal civil liability. Qualified immunity doesn't protect officers when they violate clearly established Supreme Court precedent, meaning cops who ignore this ruling pay out of their own pockets when they get sued. Rule 2. The Enforcement Accountability Hammer. Rule number 2, just reversed. Qualified immunity entirely for Second Amendment violations. And law enforcement across America is in complete panic mode because officers now face the same personal liability as any other citizen who violates constitutional rights. The Eighth Circuit didn't just modify qualified immunity protections, they eliminated them completely when it comes to gun rights violations. The judge delivered an opinion that's sending shockwaves through every police department in the country, stating that when officers violate clearly established Second Amendment rights, they face personal civil liability because the badge is not a license to infringe on the Bill of Rights. Here's what just happened to change everything about police interactions with armed citizens. Officers who violate your gun rights now face personal civil liability that comes out of their own bank accounts, not department budgets. They receive no qualified immunity protection for constitutional violations. They face potential federal prosecution under civil rights statutes. They get mandatory inclusion on Brady lists, which effectively ends their law enforcement careers. The court established what legal experts are calling the September Doctrine. If a reasonable citizen would know that taking someone's guns, arresting them for legal carry, or searching them based solely on firearm possession violates the Second Amendment, then officers are presumed to know it too. The magic phrase that puts officers on immediate legal notice. Officer, under the new Eighth Circuit ruling, you face personal liability for any violation of my Second Amendment rights, and qualified immunity does not protect violations of clearly established gun rights. One officer in Minneapolis is already facing a $2 million personal judgment for arresting someone legally carrying, and insurance companies are dropping police liability coverage for Second Amendment violations. Rule 1. The constitutional carry mandate. Rule number 1 just became the single most consequential gun rights victory in American history, and what the Supreme Court established 3 weeks ago makes every other ruling on this list look like a warm-up act. In a landmark 6-3 decision that sent shockwaves through every state legislature, the court ruled that requiring any permit, license, or government permission to carry a firearm for self-defense is facially unconstitutional under the Second Amendment. The majority opinion was absolutely devastating to gun control advocates, with the Chief Justice writing that the right to keep and bear arms is not a privilege to be licensed by the state, but a fundamental constitutional guarantee that exists independent of government permission. And any requirement that citizens obtain advance approval before exercising this right transforms the Second Amendment from a constitutional guarantee into a regulatory framework. This means every single permit requirement in America, whether shall issue, may issue, or constitutional carry with training mandates, is now presumptively unconstitutional. The court established what they're calling the permit abolition doctrine that makes one thing crystal clear. If you can legally own a firearm, you have an automatic constitutional right to carry it for self-defense without asking anyone's permission. States can still prohibit criminals and other prohibited persons from carrying, but law-abiding citizens cannot be required to obtain licenses, complete training courses, or pay fees before exercising their Second Amendment rights. The protection phrase that every American needs to know. Under the new Supreme Court mandate, my right to carry firearms for self-defense cannot be conditioned on obtaining government permission, and any permit requirement violates the Second Amendment's clear text. 25 states are frantically dismantling their entire permit systems. Police departments are retraining officers to stop asking for carry permits, and prosecutors are dropping thousands of unlicensed carry cases because the charges are no longer constitutional. These court rulings aren't just legal victories. They're the complete restoration of constitutional freedoms that never should have been restricted in the first place. The Second Amendment is no longer treated as a second-class right, and every gun owner in America now has legal protections that previous generations could only dream of. But here's the critical part. Knowing these 10 new rules isn't just about protecting yourself from government overreach. It's about ensuring that every law-abiding American can exercise their constitutional rights without fear of prosecution or harassment. subscribe to this channel right now and hit that notification bell, because these legal changes are happening fast, and staying informed could be the difference between freedom and felony charges. Share this video with every gun owner you know, because this information is too important to keep to yourself. The constitutional revolution isn't coming. It's here. It's happening right now, and it came from the courts. Your rights have been restored, but only if you know how to use them.
Yeah. That's what I was like, okay, but wait, there's more. Wait till you get to number 1. Pretty much cancels out everything. No permit, no license, no. No restrictions, pretty much. Sounds to me like kind of like it is here in Texas. I have a video of the lady that got that changed in Texas. Now, you're a mess. Hey, Lori. Who else did I see come in? Meat Puppet. Chuck, I said hello to you. Chessboard. That is White Lie. Don Dunning. Good to see all y'all. Yeah. But I'm going to go ahead and try and find that video, because this is the reason I, of course, this is when I changed my mind about all of that. Although we have always had them in our home, and so it wasn't really an issue. I guess this is when I became aware it was an issue. Let me see. I have so many videos I keep saving. Oh, and that's a good song. I'll have to play that on the way out. Okay. Is it that one? Oh, there it is. Yeah. It's funny how it's always the ladies. Always the ladies getting up there and being the voice and being in the fight. Hey, Cindy, good to see you. Hello,
Evening, Bunny. Evening, everybody. Oh, just so you know, if you emailed anybody else the StreamYard link, that one you emailed is busted. It don't go to this one.
I know, it goes to the only one.
I was sitting back there and I logged in and I went and got me something to drink and came back. And I said, "Damn, what the heck's going on?" So I exited out and I said, "Well, dang, did she get shut down for a video?" So I went to the YouTube. No, it was still playing. Went back and that's when I realized that was a busted link. Anyway,
Yep.
it's an interesting adventure of
Sorry,
mind, body, and heart.
Sorry about that. Well, that's the one I tried to go live in. And I was like, wait, this is not. Uh,
So, hell, chat ain't even chatting. Something ain't right. Anyway, I made it.
I'm glad you did. So, first, what'd you think about all that?
Well, I kind of missed a good bit of it. I ain't gonna lie, trying to figure out what was going on with the
Oh, okay.
links. I thought it was me, and then I didn't. Then I thought, and I figured it out that the link was busted. Then when I just came back, I seen you posted another one, so I kind of got bits and pieces of it.
So, you don't have to worry about carrying across state lines. You don't have to worry about ammunition. And I had seen something about that a while back, that Trump released millions of of shells for the public and said that the price was going to be knocked down. So anybody that needs seeds, it's probably a good time to stock up.
Do you still have that link that I sent you the other day from the Department of War?
I don't think so.
Let me see if I can find it right quick.
Cool. Oh, come on now. There's nothing to rant about. We got this. And let's see what else. There was don't have to have a permit, license, none of that. They can't even ask for it. Police departments are getting retrained all over the place. This ought to be pretty interesting. There was a and I'm gonna save it for Monday for the Constitution civics class, whatever we're doing. And there's a video that Joe did. So remember when we did the bill or no bill thing? I think we might do that Monday also. And so anyway, this man was suspected of having a firearm on him. Well, he's just in a convenience store. Possibly some businesses might put that up where you can't carry it in. I don't know, but I feel that it's not a good idea to do that. So the officer walked up and grabbed his wrist and pulled his arm. Well, so anyway, we'll go over that Monday and see what y'all think about that, because I don't know. Me personally, anybody just comes up and grabs me like that, we're going to have a problem.
It's funny you said about what about you just said about the shells. I just seen this article the other day where they just got it was, I don't know, it was 50 million with an M, not with the B, but like 50 million dollars worth to start doing some excavating and mining in a certain area. And the particular, allegedly, the one of the main substance that they were looking to extract was a substance they use in making certain shells, certain other things, like 4th of July festivities and stuff like that, those type of things.
Oh, that black stuff?
Could be. I don't know. Let me see. But I'll post the link in the back chat. Where's it at? There.
Thank you. Hey, Be Charming. Good to see you. Now, this is for the...
But
Oh,
this particular stuff, allegedly, it wouldn't be used in a civilian capacity. You know what I mean? It would be used for like a military or like a defense purpose, allegedly.
yeah. Yeah, the one I saw with all the ammo was public for the citizens.
Now, I know it's different in every area, but
Excuse me.
it's at least, I don't know. They have those type of expos here, man. 'Cause they have one in my county, and then like a month or two after that, they have a follow up one in the county right beside it, but it's a whole different group that puts it on, and they do that like 3 or 4 times a year. So, it's like
Yeah,
6 or 8 shows a year just in the immediate area, for that type of stuff.
yeah. I think the NRA, they're here pretty regular.
Well, I bet, yeah, in Texas, yeah.
And you can drive like every 2 miles to find whatever you want. It's
Oh, I'm
very
sure, yeah.
available. Yeah. Okay, so let's share this next video. And because this is what completely changed my mind about having a way to stop a situation as soon as possible.
Gotcha.
I don't know
Definitely.
a lot of people who remember it as people in Texas remember. And here we go. You know what? I better speed it up because it's 14 minutes. Yeah, I'll speed it up a little. Play back. Okay.
Killeen, Texas, a quiet working-class military town. Home to Fort Hood, one of the largest U.S. Army bases in the world. Life here moved at a slow, steady rhythm. The kind of place where people raised families, worked hard all week, and spent Sundays in church. But on October 16, 1991, that rhythm was shattered forever. A gunman drove his truck into a crowded cafeteria and unleashed one of the most horrifying mass shootings in American history. So what drives a man to commit mass murder? Why did the media and the public move on so quickly? And how did one woman's unimaginable loss change Texas gun laws forever? Let's try and find out.
Hello, I'm Mike Droberg, Marine Corps veteran and filmmaker, and we will try to answer these questions on today's episode of Forgotten History.
George Pierre Hennard was born on October 15, 1956. The son of a Swiss-born surgeon and a homemaker, he grew up in an upper-middle-class home, first in Pennsylvania, then New Mexico, and eventually Texas. He wasn't poor, he wasn't abused, but something was off. From childhood, George Hennard carried a grudge against the world. He was antisocial, explosive, and deeply paranoid. He couldn't keep friends, couldn't hold a job, and had an especially deep hatred for women. In 1989, he was discharged from the Merchant Marine for drug use and insubordination. Coworkers called him moody and combative. He began sending rambling, hateful letters to local women, called them vipers, accused them of being spoiled, stuck-up bitches. He blamed women for his loneliness and his failures in life. In one letter, he ranted, "I will prevail over the female vipers in this world. I will make you pay for the damage you had caused me. His neighbors called him dangerous. Women in town said they were terrified of him. He told one of his friends that Killeen was full of women he wanted to get even with. In the months leading up to the massacre, Hennard legally purchased 2 pistols, a Glock 17 and a Ruger P89. He also practiced regularly at the firing range. Then, on the morning of October 16, 1991, he wrote a final note. All women are vipers. This is what Bell County did to me. I will get even. He loaded his truck and headed to Luby's cafeteria. October 16th was Boss's Day. The one-time rush at Luby's cafeteria in Killeen, Texas, was in full swing. Over 150 people packed the building. Co-workers celebrating, families eating together, veterans grabbing a bite. Then, at 12:39 p.m., George Hennard's blue Ford Ranger smashed through the plate glass window. It tore into the dining room, scattering tables, chairs, and stunned customers. Some thought it was an accident. A few people even moved to help. Then Hennard stepped out of the cab. He was calm, focused, and without a word, he opened fire. He shot the first man who approached him, then turned to a woman at the salad bar, then another, and another. People screamed. Chaos erupted. Some dove beneath tables. Others tried to run. But there was only one public exit, and it was blocked. Witnesses say Hennard moved methodically, like he was working a plan. He passed by wounded victims. He reloaded, and he kept shooting. He specifically targeted women, calling them bitches, vipers, and whores, as he pulled the trigger. Men were often ignored, unless they got in his way. Susanna Hupp was sitting with her parents, Al and Ursula, when the gunfire began. She instinctively reached for her .38 revolver, but then horrifically realized it was locked in her car, because at that time, Texas law made it a crime to carry a handgun into a public place like Luby's. As the chaos erupted, her father tried to charge the gunman. He was gunned down instantly. Susanna then turned to her mother and said, "We've got to get out of here." She made her way to a broken window and jumped out, but when she turned back, her mother wasn't behind her. Ursula had stayed. She crawled to Al's lifeless body, cradling his head in her arms. And that's when George Hennard walked up and shot her in the back of the head. Susanna ran to the front of the building, screaming for the police officers to go in. But police held their positions, unsure of how many shooters were inside, or whether they were walking into a hostage situation, or if explosives were involved. Inside, the killing continued. Hennard moved through the rooms, reloading and executing. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of carnage, police began to move in. They exchanged gunfire with Hennard, forcing him to retreat toward a restroom at the back of the building. Wounded and cornered, he sat down against a wall and ended it himself with a single shot to the head. 12 minutes total. That's all it took to make Luby's cafeteria the site of the deadliest mass shooting in American history at the time.
12
Yet,
minutes.
outside of Texas, it barely left a mark on the national conscience. When the gunfire stopped, 23 people were dead, dozens more wounded. The small town of Killeen, Texas was left in shock. The headlines called it senseless. The media moved on in days. But for survivors like Susanna Hupp, it was anything but senseless. She lost both her parents that day, and she blamed herself, not because she failed to act, but because she obeyed the law. She stated, "I reached for my purse, but then I remembered. My gun was in the car, because I was a law-abiding citizen." At the time, Texas didn't allow concealed carry. It didn't allow open carry either. Despite its gun-toting image, Texas had one of the strictest handgun carry laws in the country. Laws that dated all the way back to the post-Civil War era. In the aftermath of the Civil War, Texas, like many southern states, passed gun laws designed to disarm freed slaves and political dissenters. Openly carrying handguns in public was criminalized, and those restrictions remained on the books for over a century. By 1991, you could own a gun in Texas, but you couldn't carry, not openly, not concealed, not for protection. Susanna Hupp became an unlikely activist. A chiropractor and trauma survivor turned Second Amendment crusader. She began testifying before state legislators and eventually Congress. People like to say, "Well, I don't want a bunch of guns in restaurants." Well, guess what? The lunatics don't care about your laws. Only the law-abiding get punished. What happened at Luby's became a turning point. Gun control didn't stop George Hennard. And many believe the tragedy proved one thing: a good person with a gun might have. Susanna Hupp never forgot the day she watched her parents die. She made sure the state of Texas wouldn't forget either. She stated, the only thing that stopped him was his own bullet. That should never happen again. You'd think the deadliest mass shooting in American history at the time would be etched into the nation's memory. But the truth is, outside of Texas, most people barely remember it. There were no viral videos, no 24/7 news cycles, just a cafeteria full of blood and silence. In the years that followed, Columbine, Virginia Tech, Sandy Hook, and Las Vegas became national inflection points. Each one was followed by a wave of outrage calls for gun bans, and a media cycle ready to blame guns, culture, or ideology. But Luby's? It disappeared from the national stage as fast as it happened. Why? Because this wasn't a story the media could use. There was no assault rifle, no hate group affiliation, just one disturbed man in a room full of law-abiding citizens who weren't legally allowed to carry firearms. And when the survivors spoke out, not to ban guns, but to demand the right to carry them, the cameras turned off. But this tragedy didn't lead to more restrictions. It led to greater freedom. Texas passed House Bill 1776, legalizing concealed carry and shifting power back to the people. Susanna Hupp, who had left her gun in the car to follow the law, became a legislator and helped rewrite those very laws. That wasn't the narrative the national press wanted, so they buried it. But survivors remember. The families in Killeen never forgot. The scars are still there. So is the memory of what happened and what could have stopped it. The Luby's massacre became a rallying cry for self-defense and the Second Amendment. Not because of what the government did, but because of what it failed to do.
I didn't grow up in a house with guns. I don't hunt. I personally abhor hunting. But I was given a gun by a friend when I was 21 to carry in my purse for self-defense, and I was taught how to use it. A couple of years ago, my parents and I went to a cafeteria in Texas on a bright sunny day. We weren't in a dark alley where we weren't supposed to be. And as you all know the story, this madman drove his truck through the window. And he began shooting. Well, immediately, my father and I got down on the floor and put the table up in front of us. And this guy kept shooting. And you're thinking, what could it be? Is it a robbery? That's the first thing that generally comes to mind. And he keeps shooting. It took me a good 45 seconds to realize that this man wasn't there to commit a robbery. He wasn't there for a hit. He was there to simply shoot as many people as he possibly could. Now, I'd like to make something clear. I hear all this talk about how many bullets can go in a clip. I've been there. I can tell you it doesn't matter. It takes 1 second to switch out a clip. You can have 1 bullet or 100 bullets. It doesn't matter, guys. I've been there. He goes, stump, stump, just like that. That's not enough time to rush a man. I promise you. When I finally realized what was occurring, I thought, I got him. And I reached for my purse. He was maybe 12 feet away. Is it possible my gun could have jammed? Sure. Is it possible I could have missed? Sure. But I can tell you I've hit much smaller targets at much greater distances. But then I realized that a couple of months earlier I had made the stupidest decision of my life. I took my gun out of my purse and left it in my car. Because as you well know, in the state of Texas, it's sometimes a felony offense to carry a gun in your purse. I can tell you that I'm not mad at the guy that did this. As he continued, it was obvious that he was a madman. My father, at that point, said, I've got to do something. I've got to do something. He's going to kill everybody in here. And he rushed the man. No way. This guy turned, shot him in the chest. He went down, was obviously mortally wounded. For whatever reason, that made the man change directions and go off to my left. Shortly thereafter, someone at the back of the restaurant broke out a window. When I saw what looked like an opportunity to escape, I turned around and I grabbed my mother by the shirt and I said, come on, we've got to run, we've got to get out of here. And then my feet grew wings and I was out the back window. As soon as I got out, I realized that my mother had not followed me out. And as I learned from the police officers, she had crawled over to where my father was and cradled him until the guy got back around to her, put the gun to her head. She looked up at him, put her head down, and he pulled the trigger. My parents had just had their 47th wedding anniversary. She wasn't going anywhere. As I mentioned, I'm not really mad at the guy that did this. And I'm certainly not mad at the guns that did this. They didn't walk in there by themselves and pull their own triggers. The guy that did it was a lunatic. That's like being mad at a rabid dog. I'm mad at my legislators for legislating me out of the right to protect myself and my family. I would much rather be sitting in jail with a felony offense on my head and have my parents alive. The Second Amendment is not about duck hunting. And I know I'm not going to make very many friends saying this, but it's about our rights, all of our rights to be able to protect ourselves from all of you guys up there.
Thank you for watching Forgotten History. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you have any comments or show ideas, we'd love to hear from you. Thanks again.
Wow, that was something else.
Yeah. to protect
Yeah.
ourselves from you guys up there. I like the way she threw that in.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
October the 16th, 1991.
Yes. And even just watching that, it kind of makes my eyes leak, because at that
Man.
time, that was just the most gruesome thing I had ever heard. And no one in there was able to stop him, because no one had any way to stop him.
Man,
23 people lost their lives that day.
in 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
I couldn't imagine. That was 12 minutes of pure hell.
Yes. Yeah. Can you imagine sitting there watching that?
Just what I wonder what really caused that. Of course, we won't know because it said in the clip that ultimately he took his own life. But it mentioned that when it started, it didn't say too much about his childhood, I guess, but it said they moved from I forget the country and this and that or whatever, but said he had a happy childhood, a good upbringing. Don't really know what caused it, but he definitely has some type of underlying aggression or maybe hatred towards women. Of course, he called them. They said he mentioned the B word. He mentioned female vipers. They mentioned that term several times. Female vipers.
Yes.
And they said he didn't really have an aggression towards a man unless they kind of stood up to him or kind of got in his way. So I don't know.
So, it did say that he was a loner and kind of odd as a child. So it sounded like he had some kind of something going on mentally anyway.
Could be.
So yeah, I can see where he might have had a problem getting girls to go out with him, or if they did,
That
did
could have
he?
been something like that. Yeah, something could have
Yeah.
triggered it.
Yes.
You kind of already have these thoughts maybe, but something bad might have triggered it. Not saying that justifies anything, but kind of just what led up to this,
Yes.
because I'm gonna be honest, I had never really even heard about that because that was in '91. Of course, I was still a kid. I didn't know nothing about anything, but then, like they said, it kind of got lost in the news cycle because you kind of started having those other events. Like a few years later, there was Columbine, and then they just,
Yeah.
And it was just the anniversary on October the 1st of the Las Vegas incident.
Yeah. Nomadic,
But
that would be awesome if you'd come up on panel. I'd appreciate that.
but yeah, that was something else, man. That lady, she lost both her parents as a kid, and ended up grew up to be I forget what was she, a senator or a representative, and ended up helping pass that law where people could, yeah, that's,
Yeah.
I mean,
She would just keep fighting. She fought the state legislator and ended up on the Congress floor because of her. But she wasn't a kid when it happened.
no, she wasn't a kid.
No, they just
Okay,
she had been given protection when she was 21, and months before the incident, she decided to obey the law
that's right. Yeah, because she said she had it in her car locked up. Yeah.
and not carry it in her purse. And
Mm.
well, so now they make purses just for that. Have a few, maybe, allegedly. But
Allegedly.
yes, chessboard, be prepared.
Yeah, definitely. It's like when I was a kid and I'd go somewhere with my mom and we'd eat somewhere, we'd be sitting down, she She said, "Oh, I can't sit right here. I got to see the door." As a kid, you really don't understand those things, but as you get older, you kind of start understanding them. You know,
Yeah.
certain things like that. And I even
Yeah.
do that now. I always watch the door if I sit down somewhere.
Yeah. I've always had to be facing to see what's going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just kind of always stayed with me. I'm just when I'm out and about, larger crowds. It's kind of hard to see everybody, but try to people watch, see what's going on for the most part.
Hmm.
Can't see everything, but you can see what's immediately around you.
Yeah. The only places you cannot carry here is um, bars, naturally. I mean, that's alcohol and
Oh yeah,
doesn't get along well. Um, and I guess into federal buildings, is it?
I would imagine. Yeah, there's probably something on the books for that, maybe.
Maybe. But I've seen it happen at the post office. So I don't know if is the
They
post
always
office.
have armed guards at the federal building because, like we do electrical work at the federal courthouse downtown, and
Mm,
all those guys are armed. You know,
yeah.
I
Yeah, we don't
forget
have
what they
any.
are. I don't know if they're. I think they're marshals. I think that's what their status is, a marshal. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
always cool whenever we go down there.
Yeah. Al's pretty excited about being a grandpa.
Nice. Congratulations, Grandpa Al. Thank you.
uh, Pat says parks, schools, church, campgrounds. So I'm wondering if these new laws will change some of that, though. Because, well, church, I know you can, because that's what happened in that little church down by Houston. Someone had the intention, and there was one in the church that had one and fired back, and then the criminal took off, and the neighbor, hearing what was going on, chased him down and ended it.
I wasn't laughing at you. Black Watch says 7-Eleven provides all southern federal courthouses.
Yeah. Yes, cruising carpenter. Especially traveling. And who did I see? Well, Nomadic. He's going to come up on panel, and that's good because I believe I know here in Texas, truck drivers can definitely carry, um, because that's their home away from home. Um, they're protecting what they're carrying, the the goods that they're carrying. So,
I would think so.
yeah, and he's talking about traveling state to state. Well, that Supreme Court ruling just canceled that.
Yeah. Even as far as like somebody like truck drivers or maybe somebody that does a lot of business,
Hmm.
whatever that may be, you know, it's
Yeah.
a lot different if you just work in one area. I mean, you may travel, but if your
Yes.
business or home takes you out of state a lot, there needs to be something for that.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Just leave it in a box at the state line and pick it up when you come back? No.
Excuse me. Well, a lot of times, what they'll make you do is have it unloaded and in separate locations, which what good is that going to do you?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's probably what they make you do. Certain jurisdictions, maybe.
yeah, but it sounds like those rulings are across the board, the whole United States.
Yeah, good luck letting the criminals do that, you know?
Well, and that's just it. I think that I've been saying, I think that if everyone was allowed to carry, crime would go down. People are going to know, you know, more. You don't have to wait for the police anymore because the police response depends on the area, how quick it would be. If you're out in the country, it's going to be a bit. If you're, or it depends on what they're doing. If there's,
City, it might take a bit, you know, depending on traffic, you know.
yes,
It might take you 30 minutes to go a mile or longer than that. Who knows?
yeah. And a lot of people, like, well, I'm not saying a lot of people. Sometimes there's someone to create a distraction to get the police all over there while they're causing havoc over here, you know?
Oh, I
So,
believe that does happen. Yeah, sometimes.
yep. And campgrounds and parks, I would say definitely um, that you should be able to carry because where do most of the um, people get taken into the bushes or whatever is walking trails, parks, campgrounds, or the snake's going to come up, or a bear or whatever. It's I don't know if y'all can shoot bear.
Yeah, it happens.
Hello, nomadic. Good to see
Hey,
you.
good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir. No, I've just listened. I've just suddenly caught this live. So when it comes to like guns and stuff like that, now obviously I'm a legal. I put it out there. I'm a legal immigrant before everybody loses their mind. So, um, but guns and stuff like that is kind of weird to us Brits coming to this country because we have such gun restrictions in England. Um, that we, you know, God, we have like 12 people killed a year with guns in England because we have massive gun restrictions. The only people that got guns basically are the bad guys because they don't listen to the rules and regulations.
Right.
But just, I mean, this country that's a mind mess up. Coming here, now even though we all speak the same, like you speak the same as us Brits and stuff like that, but it's a different culture. Guns is a big culture in this country. Um,
Yes.
Now, granted, yes, I bought a gun this year, which is like I've not even fired it yet because, like it said, it's just like something we just don't get involved with. I bought it to go to like for target range and stuff. Now, I am what they class as an over-the-road truck driver. I'm self-employed, which would be an owner operator in this country. And I
Mm-hmm.
have been for 10 years since I've been in this country. I've done my own thing. I've not taken an American job. I've not, like I said, I've abided by the rules. But it is, you know, with guns and things like that, it's still I keep it sounds really kind of weird actually because I still put it off for actually going home to fire the gun because with it's like one of those ones where you like close your eyes and you pull the trigger and stuff like that, you know.
No, don't close your eyes.
I know, but it's like that because
Don't
we're just
close
not used to it.
your eyes.
And big up to you, sir, because I think that isn't that the Georgia Bulldog.
Oh, that
Yes.
is the Georgia Bulldog.
Right, because I'm out of Georgia, so
I knew it. I could hear the Georgia coming through in your voice. I could tell. I knew it.
well, originally I was born in London, England, a place called Wimbledon. But then I've been here. I was in England for like 40 odd years, but then I came to America like in 2014.
Cool.
And I've just built my business. And unfortunately, yes, I got divorced and stuff like that because life goes on, you know, and whatever. I realize. But I'm good. You know, America does have some lot of positive stuff, but lately it feels weird in this country. It feels weird. It's getting very divided.
Hey, bro,
You know?
sometimes we call them pew pew because we don't want to say that word too much or talk about being alone and doing that kind of stuff because you might get in trouble. You might all of a sudden not have anywhere to talk anymore. You'll look and there won't be anybody left.
Pew,
You know what I'm
pew.
saying?
That's cool. He's from Georgia now.
I don't
There
know.
we go.
I can't carry weapons in this truck because I'm a chemical
Oh.
tanker driver.
We don't say the word GUN is what I'm saying. You don't want to go on YouTube and start talking about blasting your GUN. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's not a good idea. It's
I
not a
stand
good idea.
corrected.
Okay, it's
I stand
really
corrected.
bad.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
But no, but I don't even carry anything like that because I cover the whole country. So this the weirdest thing about this country is it's like 50 countries on one rock because there's different rules and regulations in different states.
Hey, Carl.
And that's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and keep. But okay. So the first video that I shared tonight was the Supreme Court rulings that now you can carry through all 50 states while traveling. And no permit, no license, all of that. There were several points that there's really no reason for you not to, but I would suggest if you've never done that, fired one, to go to the range and get used to handling it. Try and get someone to help you. Do not close your eyes. And, you'll figure out which eye is dominant. And you also want someone to teach you how to clean it. Load, unload. You want to know everything about it before you do carry it around with you so that you're safe with it and not accidentally hurt yourself or someone else.
The company I contract to in this country is one of the biggest carriers in this country, and they forbid weapons on trucks, especially with what I haul. I haul chemical, so it's explosives.
Okay.
I go on refineries, so you can't even have weapons in those places. So that's why it stays in the house, because I can't be caught up with it, because there's federal laws, there's a whole bunch of rules and regs.
Right. I understand.
But it's something I would like to get into, but not, because of what's. I get the well, hold on, like looking from I'm somebody looking from the outside in rather than you guys looking from the inside out. So looking from the outside in is a very different thing. When you go into a certain shop and you look at all these things, you think, oh my God, this is kind of weird, And that's why after all these years, it took me all these years to sort of think, oh, do I really want something like that? Because to me, like I said, I'm going to be using it for just going to the target range, whatever,
Yes.
But the culture here in this country, it's just a tad different than us Brits. We don't have that culture. Now, we do have an issue with certain stabby things in England, so because we don't have restrictions on that. So I get all that, and like I said,
I'm going to tell you the plan. This is what you do. You plan it out. You live on Georgia, so there's plenty of them in any direction you could possibly go. You show up with a Georgia Bulldog shirt on and your accent, they'll probably make you an official member right on the spot.
There you go.
Wasn't there some dumbass leader talking about banning like butter knives and stuff?
I don't know, but that's not going to happen.
And sporks. They came after sporks too.
Oh my gosh.
But nomadic. So England didn't learn anything from Jack the Ripper.
Oh bloody hell! That's going back some donkey's years, isn't it? Like Jack the Ripper is just like no, we didn't, because ever since then, like I say, there's massive restrictions in the UK over like, oh, what do you call it, pew pew. There is so many like restrictions on
Yeah,
that sort of stuff. It's never going to change, because
but
the difference is like because America has a different outlook on life.
hmm
You can only fight fire with fire. So that will tell you, if a country has a problem with a certain object, the only way you can fight that is with the same object. And
yes,
because we've had such massive restrictions on those objects in England, and not so much the bloody stabby stuff, that's why there is a big stabby problem in England, and not a oh, this sounds weird, a pew pew problem. We don't have all that stuff like in the UK. And now, like I
yeah,
say, and I've been in the US for like 10 years now.
yes,
When I came here, I had to sit on my bum for like 6 months. I had to prove to the American government that I didn't need their help. I didn't need finances or anything else, which was great, because I just would cut lawns and drink beer for 6 months, which was fantastic, actually. I loved it. So, but after that, once they said, right, you can go and get a job, I had to go through, and I went and got a CDL license. I paid for everything for myself, and I've worked for this company since I've been here.
yes.
Yes, it is the land of opportunities, as long as you look after yourself. I don't quite think, and I don't mean to be rude to anybody if anybody takes this the wrong way, but I don't think that America does look after their own. You know, you get out
I
there
understand.
and and I say, I'm not going to disrespect anybody from America, because I'm British. Now, yes, I do have a dual nationality, but I'm patriot. I'm patriot to England, as you guys should all be patriot to your own country. You should never
Yes,
apologize for whatever, because you are what you are from your past. So I don't get
yes,
into the thing of apologizing and doing everything else out, because no, I'm patriot, you know. And if you look on the outside, unfortunately, of this American truck, it's got British flags on the outside, because I'm British, you know. It's not
I
meant to
love it.
offend anybody. It is what it is, you know.
No, you're not offending anyone. It's your truck. If that's how you want to decorate it, um, you're not
Right,
going in the streets telling everybody, no, you need
right.
to act like us Brits. So, yeah, you're good.
Right, and like I said, and I just toe the line. I understand that I have to abide by all the rules and regulations of a country, and adapt to it, and that's exactly what I've done. And I pay. The weirdest thing about it, actually, is that America fell out with us Brits over taxes, but oh my God, do I pay taxes in this country? I've never seen it
Yeah,
like this.
isn't it
It's
something?
yeah, there's taxes for everything. Oh my God, you know, it's like it's just not like that in England. Yeah. I think we all should have just sat down, drunk a cup of tea that day, sorted it out. Everything would have been great, you know. Everything, life would be better, you know. But it is what it is, you know.
Yes. So a lot of the chat is asking if you like it there in Georgia. We have several
I
Georgians.
do, I do,
Why
to be
wouldn't
honest.
he?
Now, like I said, I cover the whole of the country. Now, currently, I'm sat here in Ohio. I'm going up to the Great Lakes tomorrow and the next day. I pick my loads with the company I work for, and I have done for 10 years. Done 1.5 million miles with these guys, and they asked me to help a lot of new guys coming on in America, to help them. It's all American truckers. I'm out there. It's Schneider. I'm a tanker driver with a company called Schneider, which is one of the biggest carriers in this country.
Did you do
I,
trucking before you came to the States?
no, I own my own business in England, actually, and we worked around the rich people that spent money on super yachts.
Nice.
Mm.
We did all that thing, and when I came here, it was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? You know, and it was like I had to sit here for 6 months doing nothing apart from twiddle my thumbs, and because that's what was a part of the green card process, you know. You have to
Yes.
come illegally. You've got to sit there. You can't suck off anything that America supplies. You can't work. You can't do anything. You just got to sit there, which was great. To be fair, it was a 6-month holiday. And I had my business in England, and I was to and fro. 2 weeks here in Georgia, 2 weeks back in England, 2 weeks in Georgia, and blah blah blah. And but Georgia, to me, like I say, it feels like home. You know, I'm going to be home next week. There are some lovely states in this country. Some states a tad bit difficult, and they get a kind of bit like unfriendly and such. But generally, America is it's weird because, like I said, to me, this is like 50 countries on one rock, because each state has got. There's no universal rule in this country. That's what's weird to me. You all have a different taxation groups. You all have different. There's so many variations. Now
True.
I'm all for the South. I'm not knocking. If there's anybody in the North, I stand corrected. But I do find that if I'm in the South, like from between Texas to the Carolinas, everybody's just laid back. I don't know if they're smoking something or whatever, but everybody's laid back. But if you go up in the bloody North, excuse my French, they tend to get a bit like New York. They tend to get a tad like they throw the F's around a tad bit, and it's like you're having a conversation with somebody and they're effing and going at you, and that's their normal conversation. It's like, you know, God, if your mum was there, they're going to wash their mouth out with soap. It's just different, you know.
Yes.
But I've been to probably about 45 states in this country. I've not been to
Nice.
Cali. I've not been to Arizona. Not been to Washington State. I do want to go to Washington State whenever I want to go and see like the old killer whales and stuff like that, because if the company's going to pay me to go up there and sit on my bum for a couple of days, I've got no problem watching the killer whales and stuff. You know, I'll happily do it. But there is a lot with this country, you know, as is like with England. You know, like if you go to England, like our idea of old is like seriously old. You know, if you go to London, where I was born in London, Wimbledon, London, one of the boroughs of London, and then lived there for like 10 years, moved out into the south after a while. Lost my father when I was 1, so my mum brought me up, and she's the best mum in the world. Everybody's got the best mum in the world. I get it. I've got the best, bestest mum in the world, you know, because she brought me up. But it's just it is a culture shock us coming to here, because everybody in America drives on the wrong side of the road, and you sit on the wrong side of a vehicle. so coming on here, and unfortunately, the woman I was married to at the time, I scared her like a couple of times. Like I scared the bejesus out of her, driving on the wrong side of the road, coming out of stuff, and because I had like a British moment, like a blonde moment. So you think you're back in the UK, but no, it's like rubbing your tummy and slapping your head. That thing going on, you know. But I've got over that. I've never done that with a truck, even though this thing, when she's empty, I'm loaded at the moment, so I'm 37 tons. But when she's empty, I've never done it. I've only ever done it in a car, driven on the wrong side of the road for a few seconds and had to cross over the centre reservation and everything. But I don't do it now. You know, I've been here long enough. I don't do it now. I've got over that fact. But it's you know, it is
just the oops moment.
Yeah, because there is a lot of positive. I mean, I know that everybody. I don't know what, you know. I can't speak for everybody. I know there's like negative and positiveness going on in this country at the moment. And like I said, I'm not going to speak on either side, because I look at it from my point of view. And it's not your point of view. It's not the gentleman from Georgia. It's not anybody's else point of view. It's my point of view. I just find it a tad different than it was when I came here 10 years ago. That because it's getting a lot more hardcore, whether you're Democrat, Republican, all that other junk. I'm not left, right, backwards, forwards, or anything. I'm me. I'm not anything else. I don't care for the whole political thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think it's just getting a tad racked up at the moment, and everything just needs to calm the heck down at the moment because it's not
Yes,
just immigration. It's the same in England. Whether it's immigration, the cost of living, the cost of food, the cost of everything else. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in our worlds that upsets us, and once you culminate all those things together, it's an awful lot, but
yes.
just seeing what's going on around the world, and like saying I see it because I travel through the states, so I see what's going on in certain states, and some of it is kind of crazy. I've been through things in Kentucky that I've never seen before. Suddenly you got tent encampments by the side of the road. I've never seen that before. And I know a lot of Americans, you can say that they live paycheck to paycheck,
Mm-hmm.
and it is literally that because the cost of living is exploding, but we're all
Is
supposed to feel happy about what's going on, and it's not good. If you're rich and fine, and yeah, it doesn't affect you. But if you're the normal person that makes the world go round, like me, you, and everybody else on this panel in this chat, it's affecting people in different manners,
yeah.
and
Definitely.
it is tough, and I feel for people because everybody needs empathy because you see everybody and you look at them and do we really know what's going on with like our next door neighbor and stuff like that? No, we don't.
Yeah.
It's tough, I don't mean to bring anybody down. I'm just saying from
No,
my
it's
point of view, and it is purely from my point of view.
I appreciate that. Empathy and compassion is definitely needed. And
Absolutely.
um, I think that a lot of people have been um, I don't know if it'd be desensitized to that or
Right.
um,
I think, yeah, I think that is a good terminology, to be fair.
There's definitely a level of that. It definitely
Uh-huh.
plays a part, I think.
Hmm.
yeah. And um, that's why we talk about it starts in the home, values and morals, how you treat people. That's really a good um, summary of the South, laid back and um, we talk slow.
It's
Um,
because we like our tea too. We just like it cold and sweet.
yeah,
I have no idea what that means, to be fair.
You will eventually. You'll love it.
Okay.
you haven't had
I'm
sweet tea.
57. I'm going to be 58 in a couple of days, so
Oh, maybe not.
I'm still learning. So,
Oh, happy birthday early.
Happy early
yeah,
birthday.
yeah. Happy old birthday. Bloody hell, getting old. Every year goes past bloody quicker.
Excuse me. Um, I think the farthest north I have traveled is to Kentucky, and even just going that far, I could start to see a difference in um, some of the. Well, no, not really. Going to Kentucky, but I have heard when you go more north, the the it changes, but I haven't seen that in with okay, this YouTube, we've all been together, what's it been like at least 5 years now. And even okay, we might have a little bit of a grouchy Canadian, but he's still good. He's a friend. But even um, you know, Michigan, Maine, wherever they're from, New York, I think most of us are basically wanting to see the same thing for our country. We want to see our country survive. We want to
Right.
see our children and grandchildren be able to have a real childhood and um, feel protected in that endeavor. And there is a lot of overreach, I think, coming from higher up officials in every aspect. And I think that we're all feeling the effects of that. That's why Monday nights I'm doing the Constitution. Things are not as they should be. It's actually the people are the ones who should be the power. And somehow that transferred to other places.
Okay. Do you think though that like
10 years? Oh goodness. Okay, Cindy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, but do you think people are frightened to really speak their mind to what's going on at the moment?
So what has happened is they have created acts, ACTS, against the people. The Patriot Act is a big one. They have made it to where if you speak up and say certain things, you're going to jail. Or
Right.
So I think that to an extent we have been silenced.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, we're not an aggressive bunch. It's like we just want to see liberty and justice, and we are not seeing that right now. The courts, it's like the criminals are walking free, the innocent are being jailed.
Right.
The I guess you saw January 6th. So that caused a huge silencing, I think, and I think that could have been partial of the plan. Because then you had FBI going and kicking in doors and arresting people.
Right.
I think that there's just been a lot of things that have happened to control the masses. But it's not like we're not all wanting to just go and take out everything. I do see that the government does need to be reformed. I think that we should have more than two choices to vote for.
Absolutely.
I think that money should not have anything to do with those choices. It should, if I wanted to nominate Wildlife to be president, money and anything else should not even have anything to do with it. It should be his character. It should be, what do you want to see for America? It should be, do you agree with the Constitution? And
I formally accept your nomination.
there you go, people.
But see, like when it comes to America's Constitution, I follow it because I'm a guest in this country. I have to abide by your rules. So I absolutely get that one. And I totally get what you're saying is that everybody wants to be happy. And there's things, like I say, there's things going on around us that we all know. We're not silly. We can't say it, but we're kind of like, if we went back 20 years, we never had these issues.
Well, we did. We just didn't. Not to the extent as now, but it was more of a slow drip, and now it's been the faucet's been up.
Right, but 20 years ago, young lady, I was in the UK, so we didn't have.
Yeah.
So that that might be a silly comment, actually. Maybe I need to go back like 10 years once I came into this country. But I just think, yeah, the everybody needs to just slow the heck down a minute, because we're getting into a situation where, you know, we can't say this, we can't do this. Years ago, we could do that. There was nothing, there was no problem with those issues and whatever. But now it's getting
Yes.
it's getting a tad silly, you know. Like I say, and the masses of the population, we just want a normal life. We want to be happy. We want to be we just don't want all the aggro that's going on, and like meaning aggro as in like all the problems, you know.
Yes.
And that's what's coming up on us. And it's not just this country, it's around the whole wide world. It ain't just America, it's England, it's everywhere.
Oh,
There's a whole
absolutely.
bunch of problems that's just exacerbated, come together and exacerbated the whole situation. And we might pick on whether it's immigration and blah blah blah, but there's a whole bunch of issues going on, and now it's just come up and caught us, you know. That's
Yeah.
the way I look at it, you know.
Yes. And so that's where it's building communities around you. I don't know what part of Georgia you're in.
I'm about 30 miles outside of Atlanta, which is way close enough to Atlanta for my liking.
Oh,
So,
okay. North or south?
north, east of Atlanta, a little town called Lawrenceville.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I've been through there a few times.
Yeah, keep all that
You-
madness back in Atlanta though before you come back through. So
Yeah. Usually I'm trying to get out of Atlanta.
I know
Yeah.
285's got to be the wildest place in the whole wide world.
Oh
So
man, it's just a continuous circle of just nonsense.
I know. I thought the M25 in England was madness, and then suddenly, boom! I found the 285. No, everybody, our video, it's madness. It's absolute
Yeah. You'll
senseless
see
driving.
everything you'll need to see for a lifetime in one day's travel up there, I promise you.
Yep.
Yeah. Um, let's see, what else was I going to ask you?
I have a question.
Good.
So, besides talking and or is that the do you really think that people haven't talked enough in America and in your country? Like, don't you think it's time for the next step? Like, I guess my question is, don't you think we're all pretty well aware of all the most that we're in a big globalist takeover, I guess, and that we need to unite? And talking, I guess, is that really still something you think needs to be done
Absolutely.
more of?
Online, it does.
Mhm.
Now you
Mhm.
get the social media that's pushing your face, whether it be a news channel, whether it be Fox, CNN, whatever. Like I say, they've got that control. But we like I'm speaking to you guys now. I'm a British person here in America. We may never have met had it not been for this type of social media through YouTube. And that's what needs to unite a lot more people, that we can communicate through channels like this, as opposed to watching stuff that's forced into your face, telling you what you should be thinking or what the way the world is, because it's not like that. It really isn't.
Right.
It's
Right.
certainly not in my world, you know.
We've been communicating for 4 years for sure. And I don't see that as the same as uniting.
Okay, but have I been in this channel for 4 years? No, I've just found you today. But because this vehicle now is out there, people start to connect to those sort of things. It doesn't happen overnight. Like I said, you just said this has been going on for 4 years. I've only just come here now. It's something that just slowly goes across. This is a vast country. It's a vast world. And
Yes.
stuff like that takes time
Well,
It
some
doesn't.
people
It
have been
just.
talking about it in this country since 9/11, but since JFK was shot, and there's, this is a long time coming. Yeah, it does take time.
And but I don't know. When we talk about history, good lord, that goes on for hundreds of years and stuff like that. You're talking about a millisecond, aren't you? In the real
Well, I
scheme
don't
of
think you
things.
know what I'm talking about, actually. I don't think you know what my angle is or what I'm trying to get at, actually. But I can tell you that uniting is different than just communicating. Like, we have to learn how to unite, is what I'm saying.
But it takes communication to learn how to
Exactly.
do it,
Exactly.
right?
Uh-huh. I'm with Bonnie. Communication is absolutely everything. Like I say, until you've got like a network and built a network, that's not communication.
No,
You might have
Bonnie's with me. We're in a network. You don't know. I know. We're talking about uniting under our Constitution. You're going to come here and talk about our country to us, and I'm trying to tell you this is what I see as my problem in my country. That's what I'm saying to you. Talking is not going to, like, we can talk about it, but the problems are we have to figure out how to deal with the people that are taking over our communities and getting paid to push a globalist agenda. That's what it gets down to, doesn't it?
who's taking over your communities? Man.
Corporate people that aren't following the Constitution. They did lawless. They were lawless during COVID. They'll be lawless again. They've already proven that they are not faithful to their oath. So there's a lot. That's what we've been talking about for 4 years, is who's lawless in our communities. That's what we do. That's what I do, is talk about what's going on in with our board of supervisor and city council. And we can't really work in their realm. We have to learn and educate outside of their realm. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, I do like talking. I'm not saying I'm not trying to poo-poo on talking. I'm saying to you, like, what's the next step? You could sit here and talk about this shit for 10 years. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're down to like the roots of the thing, because you're born and bred in this country. I've come from the outside in. Now with regard to like the way that this ticks in this country, I just being an immigrant come to this country right here, right now, is very different than somebody like yourself who was born and bred here. I just have rules and regulations that I'm supposed to follow and stuff like that. You're born here. You don't have those rules and regulations as such. I've had to go through 10 years of adapting to that. So that's why I listen to people like yourself. What would you do to make this place a better place? Your little square, your square mile of this country, what would you do to make your world a better place?
I would get 12 people together and learn how to address our board of supervisor with a proper grievance that actually made them quiver and react in a lawful way, because nothing we do works right now.
What's going wrong in your area? What's going wrong right here, right now?
The toxins that they're putting in our water, the overpricing of homes, pricing people out of their homes, the elderly that are on fixed incomes can't afford to live in their homes anymore. So it's overtaxing. I just got my tax bill today and was very surprised at how much the county and city tax
Don't put any figures out there, young lady.
Well, I'm just saying it's, and then the weather being controlled. We have a company in Texas that was hired from March through November, and they're called Rainmaker. And we just had a horrible flood that for some reason they want to build a data center there. Um, it's things like that that are happening that are what we are working on in that way. But also at the same time, I feel that we should be doing things to support our communities. Like a lot of us are growing vegetables or chickens or whatever. And so in doing that, according to biblical scripture, we grow enough for what we need for us and our families, and then extra for other people who may need. I think.
Yeah, no, I get that bit. Like I said, and that's like ground root stuff, isn't it? It's
Yes. And
that's what America doesn't talk about. What the whole proper thing of what's going on here. Like you've just listening to yourself and stuff like that. Go on, ma'am. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just saying hi to Brandon. Go ahead.
No, I just think it's amazing listening to proper people that make the world go round. Because our politicians, whatever side they are, I don't get into politics because to me they're no different than the next, But
so, what do you think about the global takeover, though? That they are trying to make it one world.
the one world order has been going on for a considerable time. Like I say, I watch what goes on in England, and I still have a couple of family members going on that don't even want to be there now because it's getting really out of hand, because England will obviously was a part of the European Union. The European Union was this one mass everything, everybody was looking after. And we didn't recognize their money. We didn't recognize anything because we're British. We don't recognize Europe. Europe we see as we fought a war with half these people. We're not European. I know that that maybe Americans see us as Europeans. No, we're not. We're British and we speak English. We're not European. We get kind of militant about the rest of the whole continent. And I just seen it in the last sort of probably the last 3 years where things have, since England removed itself from the European Union, and I voted for that because I was still entitled to vote in England, because we are a sovereign state. We're not just this part of this mass.
Yes.
But just seeing, the thing is, like I said, what I've seen in the last couple of weeks, I'm not going to get involved in politics. Like I said, I'm not into anybody. I'm me. I'm not left, right, middle, center, back, whatever. I'm me. I don't care for all that stuff. But watching what's gone in this country for the last few weeks is mind-blowing. I just think it's kind of taking us in the wrong direction.
I agree.
Somebody thinks that they are the next Kim Jong-un and all that other stuff, and that everybody should have. It's just madness. It just is. Whatever happened to you're supposed to look after the people? I thought that's what a political government was there. That was built up of different states, or like in England, we had different counties. That was built up of what they voted for to look after themselves. I just find it a tad hard what's going on here at the moment. It seems to be tearing itself slightly apart because, and now we're on a shutdown, and now like we can't do this because that's a Democrat. We can't do this because that's Republican. Oh my God, for real? It's just madness,
Yes, and I understand agree with a lot of it. There shouldn't be any party lines. We are a country of a republic. And so, yes, it is frustrating, Cheryl. That's a good word. We see the issues that are happening, and it should be for the people. I think the problem is not enough of we the people are taking a stand to make sure that that's the way it goes. So to lighten this for just a moment, Chessboards asked me to play this for your birthday. Are you okay with that, Nomadic?
Who said that?
Chessboard in the chat.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. I haven't seen it, so we'll see
is this going to be bad?
Here. I don't know.
Go on and fire away.
20 million years ago, an ape-like creature inhabited.
Chessboard, the volume's not going to work.
And the ape stood and became man.
God damn.
Can you hear? Caveman.
Even in most primitive man.
Yeah, we can't hear it, Chess. Turn it.
I can hear it. It's very quiet, but I can hear it.
Oh, you can. Okay. Keep going.
Clearly separated early man from animals who would never know this gift.
My God. Oh, this is going to be bad.
Here, in a cave somewhere in the North American continent, about 2 million years ago, the first artist was born. Even in early man, the need to laugh was vital for emotional survival. Music began long before it was formalized into notes and phrases. For mankind, it began with an accident. Gunga heard the sound and liked it. Gunga begged Gawi to repeat the beautiful scream, but Gawi could not. So Gunga thought and thought, and finally he found the answer. And so, music was born.
Is it over? No. No.
Good Lord. Good Lord. How old are we? For Pete's sake.
There you go. Hey, it's not everybody that gets a happy birthday like that from Chessboard.
That
My
is true.
goodness. Oh, we lost D.
Appreciate
Okay.
it. Different, but appreciate. So,
We have to have laughter. That is
mhm.
one of the key things to keep going in these times in this world is
Yeah, we
something
we
like
got we got Monty Python, so that keeps us Brits like
yes.
smiling. So, but don't you just find it's like from whatever state you come from and for whatever you've been through and stuff like that, doesn't this just kind of just feel very different from your background? I mean, I've come from an extreme background because I've come from a foreign country. But for yourselves as Americans, from whatever state you were born and bred in, and whatever, does
Mhm.
this just not seem a different time?
I think that a lot of things are being shown to us that
Hmm.
um, could be a little exaggerated. Um,
Hmm.
you're traveling around, so you probably see more than most of us.
Yes, I do. To be fair.
When um, before Christmas, we traveled to Louisiana, and
Hmm.
that's not a very long way, but we went to multiple towns, different towns and communities, and um, what I was seeing was pretty much the same all the way around. It the There was no meanness. There was um, a lot of um, pride, I guess you could say. There were flags everywhere. Um, Barns, you name it, would have a Texas flag for a roof painted on it.
Right.
A lot of patriotism. Um, and I think that that is nationwide. I have seen when, when Trump was running, even, and the rallies, and when you would see people when the truckers were running and they were standing on the overpasses and on the sides of the roads with their flags. I think
Hmm.
the spirit of the country is still there. If we could just build on that. And I think
Right.
that that's where we're having the problem is that everything that's being done is to divide us. They want us divided. They want us fighting with each other. They want us probably to take each other out, whatever. But
100%.
not it's I don't see it working though. I
Hmm.
think more people are seeing what the game plan is and they're disagreeing with it. And our biggest thing is just don't comply. Do not, just don't let it. And so I am seeing some things reversing. I'm seeing where they are getting a little more disagreeable about the trans movement, about the a lot of the movements that have been to create havoc, I guess you could say.
Disruption.
Yes. I don't agree that our military needs to come in and take care of it. That's kind of unconstitutional also, but
That's overkill. That is total overkill. Bringing in the National Guard and stuff like
yes.
That's I think that's politicians getting upset with politicians. They start to go way above anything like that, you know. We
Yes.
you know, like with California and stuff like that, we everybody knows that was because a certain president doesn't get on with a certain governor. That was stupidity, and just like, I've got bigger toys than you got toys, you know. It was just getting madness, you know. And
Yes.
and that's when I don't know when is things going to calm the heck down, you know, and start
We'll
being
see, and
normal.
that, but at the same time, those cities that call themselves sanctuary cities,
Right.
for
Forget
whatever
like that.
reason, they were telling their police officers to stand down. So the police officers couldn't do their job. And so was it created to be that way? Or, you know, so it would get to this point? Or, I don't know.
The sanctuary cities, that is absolutely weird to me, of having a country within a country, because that's
Yes.
what it amounts to. And
Yes.
that's weird to me. And why on earth would you have something created like that? That's asking for trouble. And I know there's so many problems created because of that, whether it be from my point of view, from CDL licenses that you can have from a sanctuary city that you couldn't get in a normal state because you're not a citizen, you're not nothing. There's a whole bunch of issues, and only America has that, sanctuary cities. As far as I know, you know, we absolutely don't have that in England, but it's kind of weird to me that you have a country within a country, you know?
Yes. And that's where it comes down to the people vetting their local people running for office more thoroughly. You want to know your mayors, you want to know your legislatures, your state legislatures, you want to know your governor. And because each state is actually, it is its own country. The states are the ones that are supposed to be telling federal what the American citizens want, and um, like, we should be saying, yes, we're going to send money to this country. No, we're not going to send money to this country. Yes, we're going to support this war. No, we're not going to support this war. But
Right.
that power of the states, the people, all of it has been taken away, and they're just up there deciding whatever they want to decide. And then we're sitting down here, well, wait a minute, we don't want this happening. So the big question is, how do we stop it?
Right. I mean, whoever came up with these sanctuary cities, who was the brainchild behind all that stuff?
I have no idea. I I don't remember ever hearing sanctuary cities or sanctuary states until all of the till the till the borders were just open wide. And
Right.
that's I mean, there were some things. Texas banned abortion, and just before that, I think it was Lubbock, Texas, was a sanctuary city, or maybe right after that. And so I don't know if they still are. I think it's illegal in Texas completely now. Um, and of course, there was a big stink about that because
Hmm.
then they would be going to other states and it was making it harder. Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's a life. A lot of us are
Right.
pro-life. And so that's where it comes to some people believe that life starts at the first breath.
Hmm.
I personally believe it starts when there's a heartbeat. It I think it starts when it's swimming. I mean, I don't know.
Right.
It's it's a child. And even their laws though contradict that. If um if something happens to a pregnant woman that her life is gone, then they call it a double red room. Y'all know what I mean, right? It's so that contradicts the even the idea that that's not a life inside that woman. It a lot of things are very contradictory that they put out there.
Yeah. I mean
Allegedly,
that
in the
that.
medical field, they have this term called the zinc spark, and allegedly, what that means is when a sperm successfully fertilizes an egg, there is this spark of, I don't know, thousands or millions of different little atoms, and it creates this spark of energy upon a successful fertilization of an egg, and that's called the zinc spark.
Zinc spark, cool. I didn't know what it was called, but yeah, it
You know, like maybe the term spark of life, maybe, or something like that. You know,
yes,
s-
I've
scientists
seen.
just kind of showed a way that there's just something more than even they can even think they could understand. You know,
Yep, and
I
that's
yield.
just an issue that they want to. The border is another one. Yes, we were all immigrants that came here, um, but then they made laws that you had to follow these laws to be able to come in and become a citizen. So,
Hmm.
um, who made these laws? Government. It's it's a roller coaster.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's what the rules that I have to abide by as a foreigner coming into this country, looking
Hmm.
from the outside in. I have to abide by whatever the rules and regs are, and that's what I've always done.
And I
Um,
understand that
and
because
because I understand I'm a guest in this country. Like if you went to the UK, you would have to abide by their rules, because there is rules and regulations to
absolutely
any country, and you're
yes,
supposed to adapt, and that's what I've done. I've adapted. I've done what I've done. I've kept my nose clean. I don't ask. I don't cause any problem. I don't want any problem, whatever. And that's
yes.
smooth running. It's
My
simple to
son-in-law,
me.
yeah, my son-in-law is Hungarian, and
Hmm.
um, for a minute there, he was like, okay, if things get really bad, we're going to go to Hungary. And I said, and how long can we stay there? And he said, 6 months. And I said, no, not going. I
That
wouldn't
that's
any.
what my that's exactly what my girlfriend has said here. I'm with a woman from Cali, and it's
Hmm.
like, if things get bad here, can we just go back to the UK? Yeah, yes, we can. And but it's crazy that it would come to that thing. You think you just need to leave a country again because
Yes,
it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't be forced in a situation. It's like, oh, we need to leave. It's not as if there's like hostility here as such, but certainly there's something right across this country is being wound right up, and it's causing
yes,
an issue for everybody.
but I'm not running. I'm going to take a stand where I'm at
Right.
and say, no, I'm here to protect it no matter what,
Mhm.
not run.
Right, and that's why I say this is some strange times, even the 10 years that I've been here as a visitor, seeing things going on around me that weren't there 10 years ago. And I know life changes, obviously, and life grows on and whatever, but this time is just very challenging. I think there's stupidity, there's positiveness, there's a whole bunch of things going on that makes no sense, in this
Yeah.
climate. Um,
Well, that's where it comes to you personally
mhm,
is looking for the common sense, using common sense,
right.
um, and it's finding your peace it in whatever way you can. Um,
Hmm.
I find mine with the Lord, but um, some don't. It's
Right.
just it can be taking a walk barefooted on the beach. You're in
Hmm.
Georgia, or the
Hmm.
lake, whatever. Just being in nature as much as you can. I believe that's healing. Being in the sun is healing. Um,
I find
there's
it to be.
Yes, that's what I did yesterday when I was like, okay, maybe I need some sun to get over this. And I went outside and sat in the sun for 20 minutes. And um, I don't know if it was doing that or the drink that I mixed up, but last night I was feeling a whole lot better.
Hmm.
And we just need to find, what gives us peace. Do you have any children?
I don't, ma'am, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
I was married for 13 years, and my wife, who was a Georgian, yeah, she had a marriage from a had a child from a previous marriage. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I just done everything I can for that child because you get in a cycle that you try to break the what's the thing? Like when you think you see things going wrong, whether it be a broken marriage, blah blah blah, you try to break it. You don't want that child to feel the negativeness of that past. So yeah, I did everything for that, for my stepdaughter. And she's grown up to be a great girl. But the marriage,
That's
yeah,
good.
that didn't survive. So I just do my own thing. I just,
Yeah, I understand.
but I've just tried to pass on positiveness.
Excuse me. Yep, that's good. That's a good thing to do. I know
Hmm.
when I worked in a restaurant, if somebody would come in with your accent, I would keep them talking for as long as I could because I love to hear the accents, the different accents from around the world.
So, but see, after 10 years, I don't think I sound any different than yourselves, to be fair. Because I'm around it every day. So it, to me, you sound what I'm sure I sound like. You know, it is what it is. You know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got a
Um,
real hardball question.
mhm.
You ready for it?
Fire away.
What's your favorite American dish since you've been over here?
Oh, good one.
um, Fish and chips from. So I don't really have an American favorite dish. Maybe a steak.
There you go.
I just
That's
think
acceptable.
American food is a tad different than British food.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you got so much weird stuff pumped into it and everything. You know, even if you go to McDonald's in England, I think there's two types of ingredient in our fries, but yet in America there's 14 different fries, 14 different
Yes.
ingredients in that self same fry.
That's crazy.
Steroids and everything is pumped into this stuff, and that's. And to be fair, when I came here, I was a rake. I was an absolute bloody rake, to be fair. But and I do watch what I eat. I watch what I drink. I always buy
Yeah.
like organic stuff and things like that because unfortunately there's a whole bunch of weird stuff pumped into stuff to accelerate food and things like that. And obviously it comes out in the human at the end, you know,
Yes.
because
Oh
we are
yeah.
the end thing. And it's like, yeah, don't touch it. And there's been some deal struck up between what's his name?
Pharmaceuticals.
Starmer, our Prime Minister in England, he's not very liked at all in any way or form. And Trump, you know, the America, England is supposed to take on like so much chicken and beef and stuff out, which England banned before because of the stuff that's pumped into this, you know, food and stuff like that. Um,
Yes.
when it comes to American food, it's going to be steak. You know, I would just say steak, and I look at the ingredients. As long as it's like cremated and like got
There you
no
go.
other stuff involved in it. I can't eat it. I can't eat steak if it literally has just been cut off that cow like 10 minutes before. Can't do it. That rare stuff, that's like freaky to me. So I have to have it
Um,
so well done. I don't want all that stuff. You know, I don't want to see blood on my plate and stuff like that. No, hell no. Um,
so not even
apart from,
pink in the middle.
no, that's nasty. So
Very
so
Not
well.
like
having it.
And
Okay.
like in my truck, I keep a lot of seafood. I keep a lot of shrimp, calamari and stuff like that because there's a lot of room in this truck. And I've got a table I put outside. I've got like my own deck chair and stuff like that. And I'll sit and cook like I will tomorrow. I'll stop at
Cool.
somewhere where I can pick up stuff and I'll cook out tomorrow. So, and
Hmm.
that's because like over the
Nice.
road truck drivers, this is a lifestyle. This isn't just a job. I'm an owner operator, so I own the business. I go where I want to go and I do what I do. But it just
Hmm.
means you can do what you want to do, you know. And if I want to stop in the middle of nowhere and do a bloody barbecue in myself, I bloody well can. So that's what I do, you know.
There you
Oh,
go.
Um, but yeah, when I go shopping, I'm like an old woman. I look for organic stuff. I look for bloody all the healthy stuff, you know.
yeah.
Well, and go to the stores that have that or the processing plants to get the fresh.
The Yeah, I mean the only store like my chemical tanker. Now you got to bear in mind a lot of places don't want a chemical tanker that's highly explosive sat outside the place.
Well,
They kind
that's
of don't
true
like it.
too.
So I'm limited to places like Walmart, or if I'm home, I'll come back out and I will fill up the fridge, freezer, and everything else like that.
Yes.
And I you know, and like I say, and I'll go with seafood and stuff. I could live on seafood. I could be Tom Hanks living on a sand, you know, on a beach. I would
Yeah.
love that. Sod the world. I'm gonna be on a beach.
You been down
I
to
live on
Savannah yet?
seafood. Well, no, I mean, yeah, I'm picking up. I pick up from Savannah, which is only about 4 hours outside of where I am in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Um, and that's another thing. I love Georgia because of stuff like that. If you go along the beaches, I don't know.
Hmm.
Georgia's always been good to me. Apart from my marriage, Georgia's always been good to me, and I love Georgia. Like I said, I've been around many states, so I see all the different states. But every time I drive across the state into Georgia, I know I'm going home. You know, it feels like home after. Even though I'm a foreigner, it feels like home.
Hey,
But
I need to put that on a postcard. I kind of felt that deep in my soul.
yeah, because I do. The first thing whenever I come in from Tennessee, as soon as I cross into Georgia, phone goes crazy because then I get sales marketing like, oh yeah, we need to sell you this, you need to buy this. Yeah, yeah, whatever, mate. Bugger off.
Mm,
I get
mm.
all that for about the first few miles. So then I can't be asked to talk to people like that because I don't want that sort of stuff. So I just know, I don't know, Georgia's, like I say, I've had the one thing that I regret in Georgia, when I came here, I had a good friend here, that I'd known for a couple of years before I moved to Georgia. And
Hmm.
then the poor bugger, he bought this house and we were going down. I said, look, when I come back for this, starting off with this green card thing, I'll come over. I'll help do decorating and all that lot because I've got nothing to do for 6 months, apart from twiddle my thumbs. And then the poor bugger died from a bloody aneurysm.
Oh no.
Mm.
And that just shook me because I'm thinking, hold on a minute, I'm coming to Georgia and now I have absolutely no friends. And my best friend is just gone.
I'm
And
sorry to hear that.
Damn, sorry to hear that, buddy.
and that's one thing with like truck driving. You get it's very much a solitude job. Yeah, you can earn fantastic money. Don't get me wrong. Everything like that is great, but solitude, this is a lifestyle. Being an over the road driver is a lifestyle. It's like
Oh, definitely.
sometimes I can speak to nobody, I might not speak to somebody for a week, 10 days, whatever, because the company I work for, we pick our routes. It's all computerized now because everybody wants AI. We don't need people to do this. And I mean, God knows what happens to a million people that are sat at home. They can't do anything because there's nothing to do. I don't get that silliness. Um,
Yeah. No, there's always something to do.
I know, but I mean, I've got 3 years at this, and then I'm done with driving. I've done 1.5 million miles with these guys in 10 years, and my bones feel it and stuff like that. So another 3 years, this truck will have 2 million miles on it. Then it's going to be a garden ornament. It's going to I'm going to park it up, and then that's where it's going to stay until the day I drop. I just,
Yeah.
um, yeah, it's just very different here, rather different, completely different. So.
Well, that's good that you're getting to the point where you can retire and enjoy it.
Yeah, because I can have like my pension from England, which is great. You can get your private pension and your state pension from England because you paid for your whole flipping life into it. And then I've got the private
Yeah.
pension, state pension I paid into this system. I just want to be able to sit down one day without having to worry about anything, drink a 6-pack and think, sod it, I want another 6-pack because I'm gonna do it. I can't be harsh. Because I love sometimes, I mean, a good day to me, which sounds kind of weird to people, because you spend a lot of time on your own as an OTR. If
Hmm.
when I go back to the house, I can sit on the back porch and I can sit there like all day, just drinking a few beers, listen to the sounds of birds and the fresh air and the wind, and I love it. I bloody well love it because there's
Yes.
nothing going on. I just think it's great, and I can look at the birds, the squirrels, whatever. It's just and the cardinals. I love cardinals. Oh my God,
Oh,
do I
Yes.
love
yeah.
these red cardinals? And we get
Beautiful.
bluebirds and stuff like that. It's just I could just sit there all day, which is what I do sometimes. I go out there. I say to the missus, "Bugger this! I'm going outside," and that's what I do. I sit out there. Hell yeah, sit in the sun, whatever. Just watch the world go past. So,
There you go.
hmm
That's everyone's dream is to be able to do that. Um, and so I'm glad that you've made yours. And I think that that's what a lot of us are trying to do, is make it where we do have that.
Mm-hmm.
Just that peace. And I, that even where I'm at now, I love just sitting on the deck, and when there's a cool breeze, and same thing, watching the birds. And
That is so peaceful. That's one thing that whether I don't know if it's a Georgia thing, but being here, sitting on a deck and just the no sound of just the birds. Maybe it's just something I never realized that was always there for years. And
yeah,
suddenly you do realize it, and you got hummingbirds, you got the cardinals, you got everything else like that. And
yes,
you think, wow,
yeah,
I love it. I bloody love it.
that's awesome. It's
Hmm.
not just a Georgia thing.
Right.
When I do my documentary about Georgia, I may need you to narrate a few pieces for me if you don't mind.
Which bit is your channel then? Because is your channel in this? I've got no
It really,
problems with that. Yeah, like I say, I'll always represent Georgia because I'm sort of a Georgian, even though I'm not. Even though I'm not, but I still think that I'm Georgian. When somebody says to me, "Oh, where are you from?" I say I'm from Georgia, and they say, "No, you're not."
I
Yeah, I
accept you,
am.
my friend.
But I always think it's just different. Like I say, I lived in was born in London, England, and lived there for 10 years, and then moved south. So my accent is
Of
London
course, you know the
stroke.
state of Georgia was named after King George.
I know, but big up Georgia. That's what.
Yeah,
That's another thing when I go
there
through
you go.
Georgia. Um,
so do you have an email? Are you able to put private chat? Are you able to type in private chat?
me.
Yes.
My email, if anybody wants to contact me, is Mark_Penman, PENMAN @yahoo.com. That's my email. Or my YouTube channel is Nomadic Brit because I'm a nomadic in America, so I'm a Brit. So that's
Nice.
why.
That makes sense.
So that's why I go with that. I play with YouTube on my channel because it gives me something to do. The problem is 2 years back, I lost my 42-year-old brother. He just suddenly died. I went to bed one night, woke up next morning with shocking news: my 42-year-old brother had gone.
Oh
Um,
my goodness.
and it
I'm
kind of
so,
rocked me from YouTube. I just suddenly quit stuff because I couldn't be dealing with it. I went through the death of my youngest brother, my divorce. This truck, the engine blew up. That cost me 72,000 in the end.
mhm.
There was a whole bunch of stuff that just like I just lost my mind. I just thought I can't be doing this stuff. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to be around people, whatever. But I've started coming around now, and a lot of people say to me, "Oh, start doing your videos, start doing this," and I've sort of semi started on the GoPro, then I delete it, and then I start it and I delete it. I just need to
Yeah.
get my arse into gear, because it's just been a tough time.
You have a GoPro?
Yeah, I've got it on the front It's there. I don't know if you can see it. It's there on my windscreen.
Oh yeah.
So
If you ever decide to put out videos, I know people would watch it.
Yeah.
I do.
I
They
would.
love to
If
see
you look under
travels.
Nomadic Brit, that's my trucking channel.
Can you say something in chat, in the
What do
regular
you
chat, while you're up here? No,
what do you mean? Oh, I see. Put in the chat.
because then I can put your channel. If you,
There.
there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, it showed. I've only got I've got about 1,500 people following me. It's such a suddenly stopped because, like I said, I couldn't be. I just lost everything because my brother just wiped me out. I didn't see that one coming.
I understand. I I do this. It this has been a healing journey for me,
Hmm.
and Um, I lost a daughter in
Damn.
February, and this group of people has been amazing. The support, the prayers, um, the talks. Can't sleep at night, and so a lot of them will come backstage, and we just talk. And sometimes I can fall asleep while we're talking, and sometimes not. It just depends on the
That's
that
serious friends that's gonna do that stuff.
exactly, and that's the way I feel. I love them all, and even though I haven't met any of them in person, I did meet Chuck. He was in chat earlier with all the caps, and met Chuck and his family, and they're just the same as they are talking to them right here. Um, I think most of the people are
Right.
legitimately who you are talking to them on here. We've had some that have been, you know, might not be quite honest, but
About
it's
like
okay.
5%.
When I lost my brother, I think I went even though I was a truck driver, I went basically on an alcoholic bender for like 6 months. I had
Oh,
to make sure that I went to a truck stop where I could buy alcohol and wipe myself out, because being a foreigner in a country and there's no family there, you're going through a divorce, you've just lost your youngest brother. It just messed me up, and I just needed to black out because I couldn't deal with it, because depression is an awful thing. Depression can
I
go on for
understand.
minutes, depression can go on for years. There is no time lapse when it comes to depression.
No,
And we all handle horrific moments. Now, losing a daughter, that's I don't know how that feels. My brother, a daughter is a maternal thing. A son is a
hmm
maternal thing. I obviously didn't have a maternal thing for my brother, but I had something that had years in the making, you know? So I get what you're saying, but I can't comprehend what you're saying, because you're above me in you're above me.
no, I'm not.
I,
I'm not
I can't
above
even
you.
comprehend that, you know?
All of our losses is a loss, and um, it it it, it yes, it was totally unexpected. Um, but it's it's the um, it's just in me to keep pushing forward. I think
I
I
get
could
that.
have just curled up in a ball and
Hmm.
not moved. Wanted to, but
I did for months. So,
yeah, and but I have 6 children, and so um, what good would I be to them if I had done that? And um,
yeah,
so
that is a seriously hard one, because
yeah, and I
the
know they are all grieving.
mhm,
So and I had lost my parents last year, so now I'm
bloody hell.
the matriarch, whatever you call it. And
Hmm.
so I have to be strong for them. But um, these wildlife, he's been such a good friend, and a lot of these in chat, all of them have just been right there, and there's no way I could even begin to express my appreciation for that.
Oh yeah, chat's the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's like it's hard when I get it when you got friends around you and stuff like that.
Line rock.
Yeah, and they want to say to you, you know, yeah, I know you feel stuff like no, no, they don't. In that particular second, you know, it's a very that yeah, it's a very tense situation because we're
It
going
is.
through grief in a different manner, and
Yes.
you've got people thinking that they, you know, and God, God, good luck to those people that think they're absolutely doing the right thing, giving you a cuddle and stuff like that. But we're going through a different situation. We're dealing with absolute grief, and grief
Mm-hmm.
has no bounds. You know, it has no bounds. It's
Yeah.
you just, I don't know. Sometimes, like you say, sometimes you just want to be like left the heck alone. You just want to curl up in a ball and leave me alone. But the problem is, when you wake up, that situation is still there.
Yes.
Like to me, I was getting absolutely blacked out in alcohol and stuff like that because I couldn't believe the situation I was in, which is so kind of stupid.
No.
Because when I wake up, I'm still waking up to the same situation I went to bed with.
Yes.
And then after 6 months, that was it. I stopped drinking. I stopped everything. And then suddenly I got my life back together over a 2-year period. But you know, grief has no boundaries. Grief
Right.
absolutely has no boundaries. You know, you're going to come back. There is no time to it. It just happens. You know,
And
and what you're
everyone.
dealing with, I can't even comprehend what you're dealing with because that's maternal. I don't
Well,
know
and
how anybody deals with that. You know.
yeah, it. I mean, yeah, it's tough, but and everyone deals with it in a different way. Um,
Hmm.
and no one can tell you how to do it or what's right or what's wrong. There is
Hmm.
no right or wrong. Um, it's um, ugh. It comes in waves. Um, at first, the waves are crashing, like
Mm,
if you can picture that, and then
absolutely, I can get that one.
um, in working through it and just hanging on to the good memories, the waves kind of start not coming as frequently. And um, I mean, it'll be a lifetime, but it's
You're
still,
you're very strong, young lady. Because I tell you what, you absolutely kills me even thinking about it. So I just, ugh, I get what you're saying. You know.
yep. Darn it, Rocksteady, missed you again. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chessboard. Blessings to you too.
I don't. I just.
Condolences.
I didn't come in just to bring everybody down, like I said. But I mean, I just.
No, I understand. That's it, and it. You need to talk about it. It's,
Mhm.
that's how you hang on to that memory. Um, so my daughter, uh, she was live with me several times, um, and so everyone here got to know her a little bit, and we went on a trip before Christmas. She's the one that I went to Louisiana with, in all the little towns, and um, she our conversation was she was going to take my place when I went. And um, so that's kind of helped too, that they like got to know her a little. Lots of praying and God bless you, Nomadic. I pray that he's got his arms wrapped around you too.
You seem such a sweet lady. I just, oh, damn.
Don't start me crying, darn
Nobody makes me cry my own tears. Nobody.
it.
I know, but it's just, oh God, we get this stuff. Oh, damn. We just get this stuff sent to us, and we're supposed to just
Yep. See, you were
deal with
saying
it,
Lisa.
and it gets tough,
Yes.
I just had to, like my youngest brother, I had to watch his funeral on a video screen. That was so mental watching him.
Oh, I know. And I'm trying to get videos together to download, but at the same time, we were out at my mom's place, and my grandson was out there talking to me. He was staying up at the house with me, and he's I think he's 19 now, and he's sitting there, and he's her son, and he said, "I just wish I could hear her voice." And I said, "You can, babe." And he just kind of looked at me funny, and so I found the video from New Year's Eve, and I sent it to him, and I said, "There you are." I said, and he said, "I listen." And I said, "What?" And he said, "I listen to y'all talking." So he could be listening right now. I don't know. But I tried to make sure that my grandkids all had a link to this channel, because we talk about solutions and how to get through these crazy times. And I'm hoping that it is a positive influence on them.
Right.
The future generations is what we're fighting for right now.
Mm-hmm. It's just it's weird because like let's think about this, like the whole wide world, and yet me, yourself, and what life we meet at this particular time in juncture,
Yes.
British American and stuff like that. And sometimes you just have to think, why do you meet these? Why do you come across these peoples? Because
Well,
I don't know. Sometimes you have to analyze what you get, what you come across and stuff like that. And now you obviously seem like a sweet lady that has had some god awful things, and yeah, I can't even comprehend what you've been through, because I'm not into that situation. You've got hardcore stuff that's hit you, and I think about the things that I've come across, and it's like, no, that's a woman that's lost something maternal. That I don't know how. Nothing surpasses that, a woman and maternal, because that's a whole different ball game,
yeah.
But listening to yourself, I know that obviously the world, and you're dealing with the world 1 second, 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day at a time, because every day is different, there's going to be, and that there's days that you're smiling and happy and joking. Next day, boom, the whole world is completely different, because suddenly you
Yeah.
get you get affected by these things that's happened to you. It affects you.
Yes.
And I think
So
that's, go on, man.
it's
Sorry.
it's been my experience because never in my life would I have thought I would have a YouTube channel. That was just not um, in the stars as far as I could see. But one thing that I truly feel in my heart is there's no coincidences, and I do believe that the creator, a higher power, has brought us together for this time.
Right.
So, welcome to the community. No, Matic.
Yeah. Put up that red coat guy. So, yeah, I'm the red coat. That's the weirdest thing. They call me a red coat with this company because I'm the only British driver out of 12,000 drivers.
Yeah.
So, but I take it in tongue in cheek and whatever, and I have to correct Americans how we pronounce certain things in England and whatever, you know. But it's all tongue in cheek, you know. But young lady, yeah, you're something different, you know. You've dealt with. I thought I dealt with hard things, but no, you've just trumped me on this stuff. It's just
I'm
so you so
not to trump you. It's
no, but you big up to yourself because you're. I don't know. You're a stronger person than I could be. Because I say, yeah, I might be a bloke, but I might sit there in the corner and just cry my eyes out, you know.
yeah.
I just
There's
because
times.
blokes do cry, you know. I know blokes think we're all tough, but no, blokes do cry. Trust me, they just do.
Yes, yes, they do, and that's good. I mean, it's healing. Those tears are healing you.
I know.
It is okay for men to cry. It shows that you actually have a heart.
Yeah,
And
because empathy in life is everything. We should all understand, or try to understand what somebody's going through, even though it's very difficult. And so I
oh,
can't even comprehend your thing because you've taken it to a level that I'm not ever going to be in because I'm a bloke. You know, you're a woman that's
yeah,
you brought that child up. You've done everything else that's going to have a massive effect on you. Totally. A bloke mentally, yeah, I get that bit, but a woman, that's everything. So
We
big up to you,
appreciate
young
this
lady.
joke
You
in
know.
the making. A Canadian, a Brit, a Bulldog, and a Texan walk into a bar. Oh, that would be a good one.
here we
Blackwatch.
go.
So you're a
I yield.
Canuck. So,
Hello, Blackwatch, and I hope you're not coming up here to cause trouble like you have been in chat.
oh my God, is
Love
he?
you too, buddy.
I need the bit of the Commonwealth. They're threatening me in chat.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I think they're jealous, Bonnie.
Oh, jealous.
Yeah.
You say.
They about jealousy.
Easy. Save some for the rest of us.
Yeah. But you know, when the fans turn on you, you know you should close your OnlyFans page. You know, that's just the end.
Yeah, I lost my dad at once, so my mum brought me up. So I've never had a problem with parents. It's just been my
Yeah,
mum bringing me up. So so
yeah.
Black Watch. So you're a Canadian, or can I call you a Canuck?
Well, Americans don't like hyphenage, but I'm Scottish. I'm more Scottish than I am Canadian.
Oh, okay. I'll
Hold
accept
up,
that.
Scottish.
Scottish.
How long you been? How long you been from Scotland to to Canada?
All my life. I was born here.
Okay,
That's
so
what
how does Scotland come into it then? If you were born in
know,
Canada.
not that I get it, but you don't know about the Black Watch?
No.
It's in the blood.
Oh my God.
Don't get political, mate. I just can't be asked.
Say, hip hip tally-ho. No, it doesn't, because that's where my lineage is in Scotland. Apparently,
Okay.
Echo.
you know.
My mother's side, that was Irish. My dad's side, that was a Cockney from London.
Cockney.
So I'm a mutt. I'm a mutt.
Well, I used to live in Georgia, and then I got persecuted, like the Salem witch trials, and I moved to Canada.
Okay, don't believe a word the Canadian says.
I know. I can't believe you just said that.
I get
Jenny.
presidency. You could possibly get a pardon, Black Watch.
Yeah,
Take it easy until then.
Well,
Put you back in Georgia.
One time down in Georgia, they would say, "The black coats are coming, the black coats are coming." So we painted them red just to fool them. And they held on to it.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history.
You single-handedly changed Georgian history for the better. I appreciate that.
Georgia's a good state. I mean, forget what it was involved in its history and stuff like that. I like Georgia. I like the southern states because, like I say, I covered the whole of this country, and the southern states seem to be a tad more friendlier. But when I get in the north, I'm a twat. I'm in this, that, I'm everything else. Yeah, it's like, okay, whatever. But I don't get called those sort of stuff down in the south. Everything's good.
Get 30 years of room and board free for dropping a candy wrapper on the street, other than Georgia, right?
No,
That's only on Sunday between the hours of 12:35 and 12:46 p.m. on the courthouse. If there's 5 witnesses.
I don't know if you know this, but traditionally, when Canadians go to Florida, they drive straight through Georgia. They don't stop for good reason.
If you stopped, you would never keep going. You wouldn't have no reason to.
I got an American passport. I don't care. You're going to the slammer.
So nomadic, my goal is to see Georgia, the north part of Florida and Georgia. My stepmother is in North Florida, and
I'm like 30 miles outside of Atlanta, so which is way close enough to Atlanta because Georgia gets kind of crazy. So
yeah, I'm not going to Atlanta. That's not on my list.
Yeah, it's full of a bunch of crazy. So
I plan to start with the giraffes at the state line there, and then go to Cumberland Island to the wild horses and work my way up.
I like Georgia because, like I said, it's just, I don't know, back at me, it's like a friendly state. I've never had a disagreement with somebody from Georgia. And yes, it's not too far from Florida, so you can go running across the beach like I don't know, whatever.
Not super friendly though. We got a reputation to uphold.
Yeah.
Well,
I just love Georgia, and I don't mind Alabama, which is the next state over, or I don't mind back at me, what's it, South Carolina, but
no, South
Georgia,
Carolina's cool.
Right, but when I cross into like Georgia, it just feels like I'm going home. It's not London, but it feels like I'm going home, and I love crossing into Georgia.
Yep. So
I was real close to losing you to Alabama. I'm glad you made the right choice.
Yeah,
that was a close call.
Alabama's okay. I'm not gonna diss whatever you call it. Is it diss? I'm not gonna diss Alabama.
That's cool. I wouldn't do that either, allegedly.
Yeah. No, but I just, America's got a lot to offer,
Yes.
And an awful lot of people don't even leave state. Now I'm a tart, so I leave state. I don't care. I go where the money is with what I'm doing with my job. But you cover most of America and whatever. But Everybody, yeah, go out and see the next state over. Don't just live in your own state. Bugger me, just
I don't know if you like aquariums, but you should go to Atlanta and see the aquarium. That's definitely a sight to
I've
take
been
in.
there about 4 times, and they lost that poor bugger. When I first went to the Georgia Aquarium, they had 3 whale sharks.
Yeah,
I went there the other
massive.
day. They had 2. They lost 1, and now they've just lost. Bugger me backwards. They've just lost another one.
They
So
lost the
now
last one.
there's 1 left out of the
Yeah,
3. So
Oh, I think
that
it's a tiger shark. The one
it's
that
what?
I said that if you um at the pet store, the fish store, if you oh let me see if that's it. um I was telling them that there's a um saltwater fish that if you when they are getting it out of the tank, if it gets them, they have to go to the emergency room right then. It's so toxic.
They got 1 whale shark left now. A whale shark will suck you to death. It lives on like plankton.
krill and plankton and stuff.
So you got this like 30-foot fish that's going to suck you to death, and it doesn't do that. But now they're
Oh,
down
it's
to 1,
massive.
which is kind of weird because the Georgia
No,
Aquarium, that tank, that's like 7 million gallons, the biggest tank in the world.
That's
Um,
crazy. I didn't even know they were down to 1. I remember going up there years ago when all of them were still there.
yeah, no, they're down to 1 at the moment, and that poor bugger's probably not going to last. If you look on no, when I say my shorts, I don't physically mean what I'm wearing, but on my shorts on YouTube, if you look, I put a video up and it's showing the whale sharks. And unfortunately, the poor bugger that's floating above me, that's the sucker that died. And it's
Uh,
just sad, it's but that's what's happening, isn't it? Everything we're seeing stuff going past us. The first time I ever went to the Georgia Aquarium was 10 years ago. It's just sad.
Damn,
yeah.
that's probably
Absolutely
like the
bloody
last time
sad.
I went, about a decade
Yeah,
ago at least.
yeah, and like I say, and that's why I say that Georgia has got lots to offer. I don't know who's in your chat, whoever's in your chat. If you're not from Georgia, I'm not being disrespectful, but Georgia is a bloody lovely state. Bugger me, it's a bloody
He is
lovely
no way
state.
affiliated with the Wildlife Channel whatsoever.
It's what? Oh yeah, because you're the Georgia Bulldog bloke. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Everybody move. No, don't everybody move to Atlanta because there's going to be no room to move. But everybody should go to Atlanta to that bloody aquarium because that's fascinating because that's the biggest aquarium in the world.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
one of the
So
top. Yeah, one of the top in the world. Yeah,
that
Mhm.
tank they're in, that is the biggest tank. That was 7 million gallons.
and they somewhat kind of restructured downtown Atlanta in a way once they did that because the Coca-Cola factory that you can tour, it wasn't originally there, and a couple other things got shifted around once they built that aquarium. It kind of became like a focal point in a way for other things.
Totally.
See, I'm all about. I don't. Aquariums don't fascinate me much. The beach, the history. There's so much history there. I think there's a lot of secrets there too. I'm gonna explore.
History.
You'd love to
When
go
it
down to
comes to
Driftwood
history,
Beach.
oh bloody hell, that's like in oh my god, what's that
Do what?
bloody island?
Driftwood Beach.
Driftwood Beach
It's
down
like these
in
it's giant these giant massive pieces of driftwood that you could just walk through like I don't know,
Oh,
like an Alice in Wonderland experience, I guess. I don't know.
okay, that would be cool too. I love driftwood. I have driftwood, a lot of driftwood here.
that's
So
before you cross into before you cross into Florida.
a lot of the
If you
things
if you
that
go there
I
during the summer, you'll see me on the beach waving to you because I love that beach. I love that beach. Yeah, watch for
a
the
lot,
drunkard British guy. That's me.
a lot of the things that I try to grow here, y'all
Uh-huh.
y'all have growing naturally there. And I've just, even when I was moving here after my divorce, I wanted to move to the beach. And I had 3 of the girls still living with me, and they were like, no. And so I said, okay, if we're not moving to the beach, I'm going to have a beach house. And so I have a lot of friends and family that were giving me housewarming gifts and birthday gifts and Christmas gifts, and everything had to do with the beach. And so now I'm trying to sort through it and see what I can do without, because I have tons.
I love the beach. I could happily sit there. Yeah, you guys might not, but I could happily just sit there on a deck chair, drinking myself stupid, and just watching the world go by. Especially on, oh my God, what's that beach? So we're going down to Georgia, crossing to Florida. There is a beach there. Oh, what's that bloody beach? Hold on, I'll think about it in a minute. But anyway, you can sit there for like it's for like old fuddy-duddies like me. Like I say, I'm 57 years old at the moment. I'm going to be 58 in a couple of days. I kind of look 21 years old if you look at my videos. I've been 21 years old for 35 years. But anyway, but when you go on that beach, you sit on there and it's just like brilliant. It's an old fuddy-duddy beach. You can sit on there and you can just walk in the sand and whatever. I bloody
Okay,
well love
that's
it.
my beach. Is that around Brunswick?
Yeah, big up Brunswick, actually. Yeah.
Big up to Brunswick.
What's that beach though? When you cross into it,
On the Florida side?
yeah, something island, Jacko Island. Oh my God, Jacko Island.
Oh,
How
that's on the
famous is
Georgia
Jacko
side.
Island?
Yeah, Jekyll Island. Yeah.
Yep, that was the
It's got
first
its
time
history,
that
but it's a beautiful location. Still the same.
That's on my
bloody
list
is.
too. We'll see if I get shot, but yep, Jekyll Island's
Jacko Island is the first place that America made the telephone call before AT&T and all that other stuff was. But they made the first phone call was done from Jacko Island, as was the banking system created for America was created in Jacko Island.
Federal Reserve. Yep.
But if you walk along Jacko Island, oh my God, I bloody love it. You just walk
Yeah.
along. Yes, it's the darker water. And if you kind of watch Jaws when I was a young kid, you don't really go too far in the water because you're kind of thinking like Jaws is going to come up and bite you. But anyway,
Yeah, you don't want to
you
go
can
too
still
deep.
walk. I know because it's dark water, but you just walk
It's
along it.
weird.
But it's just
Yeah, and y'all got
it's warm and
alligators.
stuff like that, you know.
Y'all got alligators everywhere. I'm not used to battling alligators, snakes, and.
I went out there one day. I was walking along Jacko Island, and there was these 2 blokes. They're walking out there with like this old these lumps of wood with like fence on there and stuff, and they're like trolling the water. And I walk along and stuff me backwards. They like pull their like net in, and it's a bloody baby shark in there. I thought, oh, I ain't going to the water after this one because there's like little like Jaws shark things that want to nip your ankles and stuff like that
Yeah,
in
that
the
was just
water.
a baby.
I know,
Yeah.
but babies
Yeah.
got big mamas out there. So after that, I just like sat and watched the water come in and out after that because I couldn't do
Yeah, that
it.
was probably about a 2-week-old one. You know, just imagine about 3 months.
It was the same. I tell you what though, when I went to Florida, the first time I ever went to Florida, I went down to Tampa.
Oh
And
yeah, you were right in it. Yeah.
yeah, and that water's like it's like bloody tap water. It's clear as anything and bloody warm as anything. You could have a bath in there, you know.
Yes.
And I'm walking out and I'm getting deeper and deeper and I'm thinking, yeah, I feel kind of like good doing this. And I'm walking out and something touched my leg. Oh my
Nice.
God, did I ever do that impression from like Jaws? I ran across backwards and like I couldn't get out of the water quick enough because I'm thinking it's like who else touching my leg?
It was probably a
yeah.
guy from Baltimore running away from the iguanas.
I have no idea. Took no chances. I was gone. I was out of the water so
Barracuda.
quicker than Jaws, you know.
People in Maryland, they're allergic to iguanas.
Don't go
Oh,
water that you can't see through.
What?
Oh,
Don't.
the Florida water is like clear as anything.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
That's
pulling
like
2 of them. Check him out.
that's like tap water.
Yeah.
That's only a small one. There's
Who does
triples
he think
behind me.
he is? On a Friday?
No,
Pulling
there's
two.
triple tridents behind me. These are only like
Yeah.
doubles.
He knew
but
you
there's
was live. He
triples.
tried to show out for camera.
There's a whole
You know
bunch
how
of
you
trucks here
protect
because they're
yourself
all
from
next to
the
me.
alligators, Bonnie? You throw your bulldog at them.
Everybody's come here to sleep tonight. So,
Yep. That looks like one of the motels I stayed in. Is that a motel?
this is a truck thing. Speedway.
Oh,
There.
it's a convenience. Okay, truck stop.
Good
Got it.
old
Yeah,
Speedway.
this is the truck side, whereas the other side is the car side. So
Yep. Mm-hmm.
they're nice people in there, actually. I have been in there earlier on to get, and they do this most. I've never even come across it before. They actually do a Mountain Dew, which is pineapple and berry. Holy heck, that thing is like wicked. I've never tasted that before. I thought I'll have some of that, and it's like it's wicked. It's wicked. I'm telling you.
Yep.
Nice.
I
So if
need
you
to
come
be
into
excused
Ohio,
for just a second. Glad you came
uh-oh.
up. I'll be right back.
Evening, Virginia.
Evening, everybody.
Yeah, big up. Who did you say?
Nice to
Virginia?
meet you, Nomadic. So, what's your
You too,
favorite
man.
truck stop?
What's my favorite? What?
Truck stop.
Pilot
Loves. There are speedways.
Flying J gives us Pilot Flying J. We get a discount. If you go to a Pilot Flying J, absolutely today, the credit card price we get 49 cents off that price. So that's why I'm saying
of each
dead
item
upset.
or just total?
Pardon?
Of each item or off your total bill?
Every gallon we get 49 cents off.
Oh, off gas.
Oh, gas.
Off fuel.
Diesel.
Fuel.
Diesel.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Huh.
I work
That
for
ain't
Schneider,
bad.
so they're like one of the 5 biggest carriers in this country.
Right.
I'm a self-employed tanker driver with these guys. Have been since I've been in country for. It's going to be 11 years actually at Christmas. So big up my chest. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm making it work for me in America, driving a tanker truck.
Nice.
And this poor truck's got 1.5 million miles on it.
Jeez.
What's the average life on a truck like that? What does it usually run for?
This engine let go at 1.1 million miles. I put on the first motor. The second one, I put a brand new crate motor, so that makes this truck basically brand new.
Oh yeah, you're just getting it broke in.
Yeah, because I had the engine put in, the wiring harness, and blah blah blah. I paid. It was 72 grand in the end. So this truck will take me to retirement.
That's a brand new truck.
Basically, yeah, and it should take me to retirement. So, because all these brand new trucks and all that chrome and stuff like that, I've got my outlook on that. I'm not going to say it because there's a lady obviously on here. So there's a couple of ladies, so I'm not going to say it. But when it comes to chrome and things like that, it doesn't get you home. To me, it doesn't get you home. I'm not going to say the rest of it.
Just the pros and cons of being an owner operator, you know.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I did. I created my own business in this country. I didn't take anything from anybody. I've done my own thing. Yeah, I've asked America for nothing because that's the way I was in England. You know, you just do your own thing. Yeah, I've got like hospital stuff and things like that, but I don't go to the doctors because I don't get ill. You know, I just don't. I just don't. I know it's going to catch up with me at some stage in life, but I look after myself. I look after what I eat, what I do, and stuff like that. I don't know what else I can.
How do you feel, Nomadic, about female drivers?
To me, we all bleed the same. No, but I mean, I've got a few truck drivers that I'm friendly with that are lady drivers,
Women in general, do you think women or men are better drivers?
Women are a lot more what's the word? Patient. That's the one. Patient. Women are awful lot more bloody patient and stuff like that. Whereas blokes, yeah, get them a swear
Allegedly.
box because no. Blokes get like they swear too much and stuff like that. They get kind of crazy and stuff like that. But lady drivers, they tend to be more laid back and whatever's going on in their world, big up to that stuff. But
right.
For the lady drivers that I know, they're an awful lot more laid back and stuff out, and they don't tell you. I don't know. They just talk to
They're more
me.
patient. What you've seen is that female drivers are more patient.
Absolutely, and they don't get involved in all that sort of distasteful stuff and things like that. You can talk to them and talk normally. We don't need to get all like weird and wonderful.
Yeah.
They're just drivers like I am. There's 1.8 million drivers out here. I think
Right.
5 or 6% are lady drivers. And
Mm.
unfortunately, when some blokes see them, things get kind of weird and stuff like that, and they start talking smutty and whatever. I wasn't brought up like I was brought up to like speak to a lady like a lady. That's it. And I don't know. Some blokes get kind of weird about it.
Yeah, we saved
So,
that for the backstage
Right.
once
yeah,
the blinds
whatever.
are cut.
Well, it's my favorite question to ask truckers because there's a wide variety of opinions, as
Yeah.
far as the behavior of women on the road. Some say they don't pay attention as much, but you had a unique answer, honestly, that they're more patient. That's yeah, Jen, aware.
Truck driving it's a lifestyle. It's not just a job. It's a lifestyle. And you get, I mean, there can be, I don't know, there's probably 20 drivers here tonight. I don't know what's going on in their world. I mean, unfortunately, some of these guys could be having a bad time. They could be going for a divorce and everything else like that. Some guys could be like the happiest guy in the world.
Right.
It's a weird industry, It works for different people. Now the company I'm with Schneider. Yeah, I do really well. These guys, they use me in advertisement and stuff like that. But it's worked for me. The next guy coming across, it might not work for them because, like, sometimes they'll ask me to help drivers coming on board, and the first thing I ask them, do you have a wife and kids? If they say yeah, I always say to them, this is not the job for you because if you got kids growing up, you're going to miss all those first things, I, from what I read, I don't have kids, but I know that we all get one shot at life with these different with kid moments and stuff like that. This is not it, Don't do it because you're going to miss those sort of things. But if you're a guy that's on their own, like if they've got a certain gentleman that I have to help at the moment, they ask me to help them. I tell him what I do to make money, and if they don't want to do that, they don't want to do that. I don't force
So
nobody to
you've
do
been doing
anything or
this
whatever.
10 years in this country. You've been driving,
Yes, ma'am.
or that you've been here.
I've been here since 2014, but I had to sit on my bum for 6 months because you're not allowed. When you're going through the green card process, you're not allowed to do anything. You have to sit there and prove to this country that you can make it on your own, and that's what I had to do. Just sit on my bum for 6 months.
Right, right. Well, the question I'm getting to is in that industry over the last roughly 10 years, have you seen, I mean, we've had a lot of political and social strife. Have you seen that impact your industry, whether supply runs or where you have to go to pick up, drop off, whether or not certain things are running as normal?
Yeah, no.
Because supply
If
chains
you
are really important.
There's different industries. If you look at that truck there, that can you pick up that FCC truck under the Speedway
Right.
sign? Right,
Yep.
that's what we class as a drive van. Now, dry vans move 70% of everything in this country, like TV screens, electronics, blah, blah, blah. Now, when a recession hits, you don't need to buy that sort of stuff. Now, I drive chemical. Now, the chemical tankers, we move essential product year in, year out. It has no effect on us. If economy slows down, it doesn't matter. Now, I chose to get into this industry. The same as like that truck that's just pulling up now. That is a pneumatic truck, but that powder you can guarantee is going to be essential product. So certain sides of our trucking industry, we never stop. But the van side, like that first one I showed you, they are getting quiet. They're slowing down on every company. They're slowing down because the economy is slowing down. Because every economy has to slow down and have a recession because you can't grow an economy. You can't physically impossible grow an industry. That's what happened in this country. The last recession we had, it was 2008.
Right.
After that, we had the vid. That delayed a recession because we were due one, and all that lot just
That's
obliterated it.
interesting. Okay.
Now we are now say if you looked at the last recession in 2008 when the stock market in this country, I think it was about 12,000 points, 11,000 points. This country at the moment is at 46,000 points, which makes no sense. So all that time that this country was growing, corporate America is borrowing money on all these high overvalued things. Now, unfortunately, the next recession is going to hurt this country. I can't tell you the extent, but I know it's going to hurt it. And if you're not in a situation where you can weather that storm, but there's lots of things. Even though I'm a truck driver, I still follow the stock market, and I follow certain banks and stuff like that. I'm curious as to know, and it is telling you to get ready to weather the storm. Whether the president at the moment is saying everything's fantastic, no, it's not, because there's so many of those dry vans in big corporate America. Now, I work for Schneider. That's one of the biggest in this country. But there is Swift. There is, there's a whole bunch of them. But like even with my videos, if you look at where I go into a yard, you'll see a whole bunch of vans just sat there because there's nothing for these guys to do. Because there's not enough demand. That's what's happening here at the moment.
Not enough demand because people are too poor to buy anything.
Well, because people are watching their pennies, like the price of food,
Yeah.
the price of everything. And now this whole silly tariff cobblers that they're going to do the rest of the world in. No, it's not. You're going to pay for it. I'm going to pay for it. There's no such thing. Nobody else in between is going to pay for it because they're going to pass that cost on to me and you. So I don't know anybody that's going to say, oh, don't worry about it. The tariffs, that's going to help us. No, it's bloody well not. That will hit inflation, and that will hit this over a 2 to 3 month period. It takes time to draw into the system, but it's starting to affect us, And here in my industry, now there is 3 different types in this industry. There is company driver, which I'm not. There's owner operator leased onto a main contractor, which I am, and there is also people on the spot market. Now, if you talk to spot market people, the prices are going through the floor now. People are starting to go bust. On my side, we're okay on the van, but I see when I go into a yard, I see full up with vans because the rates aren't there. Now, company driver, it never affects the company driver. They're doing what they do because they're paid 9 to 5, whatever. They don't care what's going on in the world. But things are slowing down in this country. But that's my take on it, and bear in mind that the whole of this country is moved by 75% is moved by truck, nothing else, by truck. So I don't mean to be a negative sod. I'm just telling you, from my
Oh,
point of
no,
view.
you're answering my question. I don't think it's negative. It's a very interesting insight.
Yes, Nomadic, you're doing great because Virginia asked you a question to set you up.
Pardon? I didn't catch that one, ma'am. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I didn't catch that one, ma'am. Sorry. What did you say?
I said Virginia asked you a question to set you up,
Oh, okay. Sorry, Virginia. I'm
asking
just saying.
if women are
Yeah,
who's better drivers, women or men. I heard
yeah,
that.
that was the one. Asking
Yeah.
about supply lines, I legit, I think that we should pay attention to. But the women drivers, that was a little bit of a setup because a lot of trucker or people who work on the road are not fans of women drivers.
I think everybody's entitled to anything. You know, if you
Right,
can do what you can do, you can do what you can do. I think some I can't say it because there's ladies in the channel, but I just think some, unfortunately, some bloke truck drivers look at the world a little bit tad different than some of us do. You know.
I believe you're right. I think there's one down in the hole that is being rude and disrespectful and not
Right.
doing what I have asked.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I've come across like prostitutes and stuff like that in my years of driving in, and some of it is kind of weird, you know. But
yeah,
blokes, unfortunately, they get rude, and they'll talk to a woman in a very wrong manner. Um,
Yes.
and it's just weird, you know. It's just
I could
weird.
see that. Hmm.
And you listen to it sometimes on the CB, so you just turn the CB off because blokes get weird. That's my take on it, boys, ladies, whatever. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it just gets weird. I don't know whether blokes have been on the road too long or something's not going on well, but they get kind of weird, you know. Tie a
Yeah.
knot in it. That's what I just say to them. Tie a bloody knot in it, you dirty sods, you know, because you're just dealing with some weirdos at times, you know.
Can you tie it in a knot? Can you tie it in a bow?
Do whatever, just do whatever. Tie a knot in it and go for a bloody beer somewhere, whatever, and just get over it, you know. It's just it's just weird, some of
Oh,
this stuff. Blokes
Oh.
just get a tad frustrated and they shouldn't. Just watch more James Bond and go to the pub more. You'll be good. So
There you go.
that's my take on it.
Yep.
Cheers.
Yeah, big up cheers. That's the one thing because I deal with a now in my job in this company with Schneider, they leave me alone. I pick my loads, I go where I want to go, and blah blah blah. And I don't have an awful lot of contact with them now because they got so automatic. But I do deal with a contact at Schneider called Doreen. So she would just say to me, you know, sometimes, you know, what are you doing with this? Yeah, yeah. And that's what I love about this job now because 10 years ago it wasn't like that. They would be booked, they were telling you where you're going and blah blah blah. Now in England I work for myself, so to be told what to do was like it was difficult. Coming here to be told what to do, it was rather difficult. I'm not being whatever, and I know I'm saying there's ladies in there. Yeah, it was difficult being told what to do after all these
mm,
bloody years of working for myself. But it's worked out for me, you know. I just sometimes I just had to just stick my fist in my mouth and think, what on earth is this doing? But you just do it, you know.
mhm.
So in England, you were not told what to do?
Well, like I said, when I came here, I had to do 6 months on my own.
Hmm.
Sorry, excuse me, sorry, 6 months as a company driver, which was the weirdest thing because, like I said, to be told, oh, you're gonna go and pick up from A and B, and you're gonna do this, that, and the other, it's just like, oh my God, for real, this makes no sense. 2 days to go like 50 miles. And I would be
Yes.
hassling these poor sods. I'd be ringing them up every day, so I'm not doing this. Like put some of this on. And I was like the silly sod that's just doing all the hours while everybody else is sat there twiddling their thumbs and watching the world go by. But it worked for me, you know. After
Yeah.
that, I was doing 3,000 miles a week as a company driver, and then suddenly I went on to this. I didn't know about this system where you could be your own boss and stuff like that and
Mm-hmm.
have their own truck, sign the dotted line. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I knew when I signed the dotted line, it was about a 4.5 year thing. It's going to be what it's going to be. And that's what it worked out to be, you know. But I'm one of the guys that survived that whole system and made money and has done whatever, you know. That's why they use me in their vids and stuff. So,
So do you always haul chemicals? Is that
no,
the
no, no. In England, when I was my own boss in England, we helped manufacture luxury yachts.
oh
So we come across a lot of like Formula One drivers and blah blah blah. My
Huh.
only claim to fame, which I don't ever admit, well, yeah, I'm going to say it here now, but my only claim to fame of somebody that I actually came up across was Prince Andrew. Um, he was there like to commemorate the Sunseeker was doing great awards and stuff like that. And
mm-hmm.
stuff me, he got sucked up with the Epstein thing, so I never say about it. But I've met up
Right.
with British royalty, so I do that thing.
Nice.
Um, but you know, I'm a proud Brit. I'm a patriot. I love my country, and I'll do what I got to bloody well do. You know, and that's what I do.
Amen.
Hmm. So what's the process? Let's say an American went to
What's
where you're from and
what?
they
I
pursued
didn't
work as a, oh, can you hear me?
I didn't catch the first bit, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, what's the procedure? So you came here, you had to do the 6 month kind of trial thing. There were steps to the work
Hmm.
visa and all that. So what is the procedure where you're from? If one of us from the US went there to work as a truck driver, is there a grace period? Is there a um,
I
middle period?
assume I assume like if you're coming to this country to America from England, we have to apply for what they call an ESTA, which is a 2 year visa card. They do a background check to make sure you're not a mass shootist and some
Yes.
weird person and whatever. If you got background, if you've been in jail, you ain't coming to America. Um, I didn't have that issue. I came
Okay, but
here.
what about the other way around? I understand America has
I
all
don't know
sorts
that, ma'am.
okay,
I don't know that way because I've not gone the other way around currently. You know.
yeah,
Um, but I would imagine it's the same procedure that you have to apply for a visa to go to England. Uh, um, a work visa, unless you're going to marry a Brit, and we are fantastic people. We have to deal with that. Let's get that out there. The Brits are fantastic. So, but unless you're marrying a British bloke, I don't know what the procedure is. Like I don't know if you have to have a criteria for like regarding what your grade is in life, whether it comes to like, oh, back at me, Christ, when I was in England, like we're going back to like donkey's years, you know, we're going back donkey's years. Now that was like that was CSC and GCSE. I don't know what the grades are now coming into England because I'm an old git. So I don't know what it is coming to England, what you're supposed to have criteria wise, you know?
right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Marry a British bloke, and yeah, I'm sure that will clear things, you know. But if you're happily married to an American, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you guys, yeah, just go in there, talk British,
Huh.
Well,
go for it.
even married here, you have to still go through a process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I was in Georgia, yeah, well, even though we were married, I still
Mm-hmm.
had to go through a 6 month green card process, which meant that she got interviewed to make sure that we didn't marry for like some sort of weirdness. I got
Mm-hmm.
into she got an awful lot. That was the weirdest thing. She's American, and she got like absolutely interrogated. They spoke to me like, "Hey mate, let's go down the pub," that sort of thing. But she didn't. They were all over because she actually ended up swearing at them, saying like, "You know, I'm an American. Why are you talking to me like this?" Um, it was different, you know.
I'll tell you why. Um, I've I've known people who will come across the border and pay someone to marry them a good amount of money to try
Right.
and get that green card or whatever. And
Hmm.
it may be a completely platonic marriage. And
Hmm.
so that's probably why they do let um, the questioning of even the Americans to make sure that they're not doing something like that. What amazes me is that we can have this person from um, India, I think it was, married to the brother and get in our government. Kind of what?
Right. We were married for like about 3 years, 4 years before I went for my green card. Because I was 2 weeks in England, 2 weeks in America, 2 weeks in England, 2 weeks in America. So
Mhm.
most it was irrelevant for me to go for a green card because it just was like, I don't know, I'm only there half the time. But that's when she got interrogated. Even though at the time that it was like we had been married at the time for like 4 years,
Mhm.
that's what got her. Because like how can you class it as an arranged marriage after like 4 years? And it was just silly, you know. But I don't know,
Yeah.
you know, we went through our process, did the green card, did everything else right. She lost her job, kept, and I just paid for everything for the next 10 years. And then she had a different set looking life and messed me over. And then we just parted company, you know.
Aw,
Um,
yeah.
but you know, life goes on, you know, it is what it is. You know,
Yeah.
most of us, you know, let's face it, we put our heart and our shoulder out there, you know, but unfortunately,
Yes.
some people just take the mick and go for it. But karma's a sod at the end of the day. You know, I'm sure those sort of people get caught up at the end of the day. And I
Yeah.
don't know. I've just picked myself up, dusted myself off. And that's why I said going through a divorce, loss of my brother, this truck going wrong and everything else like that, that's a bad day. So bad days to me don't exist because I've been through a bad day.
Hmm.
Um,
Lots of stress.
a-
Yeah.
and I've just dealt with it, and I just gone on because nothing phases me anymore now because I don't know what does phase me because I'm used to a bad day and I get myself out of a bad day, you know, and it's worked for me. So
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like the the fear that everything is gone because it's
that,
not
yeah,
going to see how much worse can it get because it can, but at the same time, it's your give a flip kind of flipped.
hmm that's what happened to me because, like I said, to be
I
at that
totally get
time
it.
when I was going to divorce, I was in a foreign country to me, and you had lost everything because you had paid. She had like student loan debts. She had a whole bunch of debts, and I cleared. It was about 70 grand. And I cleared everything because if you're married to somebody, you're married to somebody, you know, and their issue is your issue. And then I paid everything for the next 10 years, the mortgage, everything else, even though it was in her name. And then she decided, no, we're going our separate ways and kept, because it was in her name, there's nothing I could do. You know, I just, and you don't realize you can do that to people. But yeah, there's people out there that do that to people. You just learn by it. I can't do anything about it. And I've grown from it, you know. Um, it was a culture shock, but you know, I've got on with it, and I realized you get one shot at life. You got to make it count. So don't be bitter and twisted. Don't be angry about it because that solves no purpose, you know. Because you never know when your time's up. So that's me. Whether anybody likes that opinion, but that's just me. I'm just me. You know, I I just I just don't worry about stuff anymore. That's something I've absolutely noticed. I don't worry about stuff. I don't get phased. I do my own thing. I keep smiling, and I'll help anybody that needs to be helped. And I help a lot of people in I help a lot of people, you know. That's the way I was brought up, you know.
Yes.
Well, how, like, something's making you stay, as far as the, like you said, it was a culture shock and whatever, but certainly you could find a way and go back to Britain, wherever it was, right? But something about being here works out. So what, like, I'm kind of curious how many people go there for work, because America is seen as the land of, what do they call it? Honey, what is it? Milk and honey.
Melting pot.
Yeah, and a land of opportunity, you know.
That's the
And
one. Yeah, that's what they normally say.
yes, now between Britain and the US, the overall quality of life is going to be pretty comparable. But there are people who buy their way in through marriages or whatever from countries that are totally war torn or in a lot of poverty or government strife or literal war zones or whatever.
In
They,
the
what's
last,
that?
in the last few years, statistics show immigration from the USA to England has increased 40%.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. How common is it that Americans go there? Because it's a comparable way of life. Overall, it's comparable. We speak the same language. There's, you know, it's a developed
Oh,
country.
no. You speak American. They speak English.
Oh, for fuck's
No,
sake.
but it's a common. You know, you say tomato, we say tomato. You say potato, we say potato. You know, potato. There is
Yeah,
an awful lot of similar things that we share.
right.
And yes, I've heard that an awful lot. Even I'm with a partner at the moment now. She said, you know, in years time, could we can just move to England?
Mhm.
England, like healthcare. We have the national healthcare, which is paid for through taxation, which is they want us to smoke, drink, and drive your car, which is what we Brits do. I mean, Christ, I was drinking at
Mhm.
13 years old. That's one of the things we're developed with, and you're smoking at 15 and whatever. But that's where we go after taxation. So when they say we have a free healthcare, no, we don't. There's no such thing as a free meal in any country. But
Right.
our healthcare is paid through taxation, whereas here, taxation, healthcare is a profitable organization. America's absolutely got it out there. They can make a whole bunch of money when it comes to that. Even the healthcare I got, I don't go to the doctors, but I'm still paying about $4,000 a year for just nothing. You know, it's just stupidity. Um,
Do y'all
and
have an income tax?
we, I mean, we have. Bearing in mind, I left England 10 years ago. Now
Mm-hmm.
we had like my business, we were paying corporate tax was 22% 10 years ago. I'm not quite
Mm-hmm.
sure where it's now, but I know to be, you know, good God, I'm paying more taxes here. Everything I look at, the fuel
Yes.
tax, everything on this truck tax. There's
Yes.
quarterly taxes, there's fuel taxes, there's a whole bunch of taxes, and yet everybody got pissed off with our tea, excuse my French, and threw it over the water a bit over taxation.
Yes.
Perhaps we should have just sat down for a cup of tea and worked it out and realised that, hold on a minute, let's just work this out because we're going to get screwed in years to come. And it's just mental, you know. To me, it's
All
mental.
over a cup of tea. Now look where we're at.
I tell you,
Uh-huh.
that's what I got on my truck, and that's what I've educated. Like the girlfriend I'm with, she's
Beautiful.
got like
I
one of those
love it.
Keurigs. I've got a Keurig here, and it's got like I got Twinings tea in the truck. She's got Thai food tea.
Nice. I may make you a
It's
character in my novel. Just saying.
yeah, bloody hell, and that's what I say. And on the outside of my, that's the weirdest thing, because like this truck, I work for Schneider, but on the outside of my truck, I have the Union Jack because I'm British and I'm a proud patriot. I get so many truck drivers from different companies that have followed me on YouTube, and they come up by the side and they're beeping and flashing at you. I'm thinking, what the hell's your issue, you know? And they'll wind the window down and say, you're that nomadic bloke on YouTube, because they know the British flags on the side of my truck. And
Just
it's
tell
just funny, you know. They know more about me than I bloody know about me, and they got these guys coming up. It's
them
it's
it's a
just weird.
Confederate flag. They don't know any better. As long as it's got some red in it, they're cool. Okay.
Say it again, sir. I didn't catch that one.
There you go.
I didn't either.
Just tell them it's a Confederate flag. You're the General Lee.
No, that's the problem. The Confederate flag. Like, if you go across from
Different color.
Georgia to Virginia, there's a whole bunch of Confederate flags going up, which is kind of weird to me,
Yes.
because it's that to me, with all due respects to everybody, the Confederate flag, that you're being dumb when you start putting stuff like that, because that's your history, that's your past. I'm not gonna knock it. I'm not gonna knock statues and things like that, but that's your past. So for a younger guy to start putting flags up like that, I don't think you understand the concept, you know, because I just don't think they understand the concept, you know.
But it's still holds the meaning. And it's like each state has its own flag also. And
yeah, but all I'm seeing is Confederate flags going up, either USA flags, like, which is the multicultural one, or I'm
yes.
seeing Confederate flags going up in, whether it be South Carolina, Mississippi, Virginia, North Carolina, when I come up through not 75.
We have a saying, and it's the South will rise again, maybe.
No, Trump still thinks it's 1860.
I know where it comes from. Like what?
So does a lot of people.
But I don't know. Like I said, there's no. I don't know. I just wish people would accept America's like history and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like us, like Brits, we do. Our history is monumental. It goes back. God, if you went to London and went to like something like Westminster Abbey, that thing's 900 years old. If you go to the Tower of London, stuff like that, we have historical things which we take for granted, you know. Granted that I see it and it's like, oh yeah, it's just a castle, whatever, it's a bunch of rocks. But we have such a history, and yourselves, you're our brethren, you know. It's England, like Americans, you come from like England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales. Your brethren is that connection to England. So if you do different things, bugger me, you guys need to go to England and realize that that's your brethren, and see it, you know. It's
yes,
that's history, you know, and it's absolutely amazing. I love going around London, even though I was born in Wimbledon, which is one of the boroughs of London, near Battersea, and I lived in London for about 10 years. So I don't have the London slang, because my mum took us out. Me and my sister took us out of London, and we went south. And we spoke differently, you know. But if you talk to a true Londoner, like my dad was a Cockney, they have such a slang. And the problem is, sometimes when I go onto YouTube channels, I get on with a bunch of Londoners, I start talking like a Londoner, because that's it's stuck in you. You can't take the Londoner out of a Londoner, you know.
Absolutely.
Nomadic, would you please say oil can?
Oh goodness.
Oil can.
Yeah, perfect. How about this? Pecan pie.
It's not pecan, it's pecan. Pecan pie.
We have a new one, pecan.
I was just peeking it around the corner.
Pecan. It's
pecan.
Yeah,
that's a new one, dude. I love it. You just
no, but it's the same as like we say potato, you say potato, you know, potato or whatever. We say tomato, we say tomato, you know, tomato.
We've
and then you get the weird
standard,
stuff like chips. Chips to us is crisps to you.
Correct.
And fries to us is chips.
Yeah.
But
So
like you were
it's
saying in London, people from the south or from the north or east or different things, they pronounce things different, or there's different colloquialisms, right? And so
right.
we're from all over the country here, and and then there's 51. But we always talk about how funny it is how people pronounce oil differently, or pecan pie,
Or
or
water.
whatever. So
Water.
you said pecan that's a new one. I love it.
Yep, that's a new one because here it's pecan.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
pecan because it's PE, so it's pecan.
No,
Same
P.
same as water. We say
Said
water.
P, it would be
No,
PEE.
no, we
He's
say it with
with me
one E.
50%. It's the P. We're connected with P. I love that.
But
Just
it's the
don't say
same as
pea pie.
water. We say water, and we enunciate it differently. We say water as opposed
Yeah,
to
Right.
water,
water.
which is
Water.
because but we take the self same mick out of you guys. We'll say like the way that Americans say things like water, but we say
Thank you,
water.
Anna.
We don't do that
That was a
stuff.
good Canadian accent. I like it.
Well, it was
Yeah.
close. I was doing my best.
There's
Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
it was
water,
close.
water. Yeah. What about
No, but we
washcloth?
See,
Because washcloth and washcloth.
no
Washcloth.
see a washcloth is a flannel to us.
Yeah, flannel.
We don't say a washcloth. We say a flannel.
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 Okay.
I think
Nice.
you'll
Because it
find
is.
a
It is.
southern
A
England
washcloth sounds weird anyway. So
here it's a
just say
gal.
just
Glad I
saying.
know the difference.
Okay.
I think usually you find that people in southern England have less of an accent when they grew up there.
It depends. It depends. Depends what part of England you are. If you're in the north, if you listen to a northerner, now, like, bear in mind that we have the same struggle in England. People like me from the south, with like a Londoner and stuff. We take the mick out of the northerners, and we'll say like, I don't know, a northern. What do they call us? Southern softies. And we call them northern bastards. We just it just gets that sort of slang about what we think about them and what they think
Like it.
about us. But
I think you'll find whether it's North Yorkshire to South Yorkshire, it's like the bloody RIRA.
no, see
They don't
Yorkshire.
like
Yeah,
each
see,
other.
no, see, we say Yorkshire and we say Worcester. Which you say Worcestershire, or you put all this emphasis into like Worcestershire. We say Worcester because to us it's just Worcester.
Which
There you
America makes it hard work by saying Worcestershire or
yeah, we do
something.
add extra syllables and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
We'll
kind of
do that.
weird. So yeah, to
Yeah.
the hell on
That's
that
a
one
good
because that
one.
sounds weird.
We got to add Worcester to the list.
And
Worcester.
It's just
Blackwatch
it's
doesn't
just
have an
Worcester.
accent because he lives too close to the border, I think.
Yes, I agree.
What's
Totally. Blackwatch.
No, but no. If you listen to a true Cockney, which is like my dad was, they will rhyme slang like the dog and bone, which means the phone. They will say there's certain terminologies, and it's like what are you talking about? But they will say a Cockney in England is if you hear the bells within the East End of London. Now I was born in the West End of London, but my dad was born in the East End of London. And people call me like a womble and stuff like that because years ago in the 70s we had this kids thing called the Wombles of Wimbledon. So I sometimes used to get called a womble, and it's like whatever. You just accepted it. But like I say, the weirdest thing for me, I came from London into the forest. So you can imagine somebody coming from like say back at me, like New York and moving to Mississippi. It was just like completely different. So being in the like moving out and doing what I did, it was just like I remember walking home one night in the dark and I think we were on this farm and I think this road was about 2 miles long and it had one light. So you're focused on this one light in the distance. And I walked into a bloody cow. And yet I
Nice.
come from London, and suddenly I've come from the concrete jungle, and now boom, I've just walked into a bloody furry thing that you might have in McDonald's burgers and whatever. It was just kind of weird, you know. It was just a weird one, you know. But it's just cultural thing. But at the end of the day, you know, like I say, most of us Brits, we just feel that we speak the same as you. There's a couple of discrepancies, and we say God save the king, and you don't. You know, just I don't know what to tell you.
I think
And
they
drink
say
more
God
tea.
save,
Drink more
they
tea.
usually say God save New York, or sometimes God save the taco. Hey, Virginia.
Yeah, I don't mind
I support
tacos actually.
tacos.
Yeah.
Yeah, tacos are pretty good, depending on which type of. I have had somebody tell me one day, "Oh, you need to go to Taco Bell. That's authentic Mexican." Oh,
No, you need to
really?
unfriend those
For
people.
real?
No, that's
No.
not authentic. Trust me.
Oh, that's like swept up and thrown in something. You're getting the waste
Oh,
stuff, but no.
can't unsee it.
But no, there's a lot of crossover between us British and you Americans, you know.
Yep.
So you were coming in, Obama was going out, 2014.
Say it again,
We've been
sir.
going for 4.
Obama was going out when he was coming in.
Yeah, President Obama. You know, I'm not going to knock the guy. The only thing I didn't appreciate with him was trying to get involved with British politics to say that we needed to stay like connected to the Europeans with the European Union, and we pulled out because we're British and we speak English. We're not European. We fought most of those in World War II. So to think that we are this happy bunch getting on with Europeans, it's not so.
No.
That was the only thing I had an issue with him, you know, because I was in England most of the time, so it didn't reflect on what I was doing because I couldn't vote in America or anything until I got my citizenship. So I couldn't vote, couldn't do anything. So I just didn't appreciate somebody coming from a foreign country thinking that telling our prime minister that we should stay with the European Union when most Brits, we don't like them. We just don't like them. We don't like the French. We don't like the Germans. We don't like any of them. We're not rude. We're not rude, but we're just blunt, you know.
Yeah.
I met a guy, Ian something, can't remember his last name. But on 9/11, he was a commander in the British Special Forces. He was more or less ordered to join the American forces. He met a Texan woman and settled down in Texas. How about that one?
Oh, how horrible.
No, I mean, like, talk about culture shock. Like, duh. No wonder he spent so much time in the workshop outside or something. But yeah, he was more or less ordered. You're going to join the American. He did, and then he married a Texan woman, which is most peculiar. How does a Scotsman end up with a Texas woman?
Very easily. I had a Scottish great grandmother, so she ended up with a Texas man.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the other part of the story. He was a Scotsman that belonged to the British Special Forces that joined the American Special Forces on 9/11. Retired with a Texas woman. I mean,
And my mother was married to a German Navy man.
You mean a blue man?
He wasn't blue.
Our special forces, we have the SAS and the SBS. SAS is Special Air Service, SBS is Special Boat Service. Now, when I lived in England, the last area I was in, which was Poole, Dorset, that's when you would see the SBS out at the sea on their boats and stuff like that. But yeah, they're hardcore, and I had a lot of friends in the military that when they would come back, oh my God, we were going like 3-day like pub crawls because they're trying to release everything from what they've seen and done. And oh, we used to end up in such predicaments, hospital because they were getting bar fights, everything.
Yeah.
These guys were just lunatics, you know, and you go out with them. It was just crazy, you know, because we had obviously in my lifetime we had the troubles with Ireland. So we were dealing with the IRA and everything else like that. So we had the military on the streets in Ireland and stuff like that. And I had friends in the military, and it just sent them around the bend, you know. It was just a tough times, you know.
Yeah.
But we've all moved on from a lot of that stuff, and we've grown and we've worked it out with Ireland and stuff like that. So we got Northern Ireland that have gone with the different parts, and Southern Ireland, which was um followers. So when you get into it, there's it goes on for years, you know.
Yes.
But if you can move past stuff like that, big up, you know.
Yeah. Oh, with all the mixtures I have in me, I should be battling myself, but
All the mixtures.
yes, the Scottish and the Native American and the English and the
But
all of mixed
young
together.
lady, the young lady, British don't wear don't wear skirts. The Scots do. So
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
forget them. Forget them.
I have a picture of one of my great uncles in a kilt and the whole uniform.
Yeah, because there is so much, like I say, history. When you look at England,
Mm-hmm.
it's vast, you know, and that's why I say whenever I go back to England and I see London stuff out, I love it because I know where I came from, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to see that sort of stuff again. Like I said, most Americans, that's where your brethren is from England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, whether it be Boston or Boston, as they say, that weird stuff. You can tell there's a whole bunch of Irish in Boston. I don't know. It's just if you can meet somebody from another country that you can like with you Americans, if you can meet another British person, it's dynamic because one, you don't have a language problem. Sometimes you don't have a language problem. Sometimes they'll be like, "What did you just say?" You know. But we understand each other, and you can just talk about a whole bunch of stuff, you know, which is great,
Mm-hmm.
and it's fascinating, you know. But I'm biased because I'm just British, you know, and I understand what you guys are talking about. So
I could hear you in about 5 years trying to go home and say, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. You know, they won't understand the damn word you're talking about.
Oh my goodness.
mate, I watch a lot of British. I'm in a British community, obviously from England. There's about 3 or 4 channels I watch, and I go live with them, which is great because I'm listening to my accent, I'm listening to my humor and stuff like that. America's got a slightly different humor than we Brits. We Brits absolutely will cut you in half when it comes to humor that we find funny. And unfortunately, that's just the way we bloody well are. You know, you ain't gonna stop it. Um,
That's
but
good.
and that's why I get on certain channels because I don't come. There's supposed to be 1 million Brits in this country. I've come across 3.
Wow.
So they're hidden out there somewhere. In 10 years, I've come across 3 of them. But it's just great to come across your own from your own country, you know, where you can joke
Benjamin.
and stuff like
Yes.
that and know that they're gonna understand when you take the mic and whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Those
heck yeah,
three,
there's a
those
million of us out there
three,
somewhere, you know.
those 3, did you send them the money for bail, or did you just kind of let them hang?
Say that again.
Did you send those 3 Englishmen money for bail, or did you just let them hang there?
No, no, we don't send money back to England for
Sorry, it
stuff
might
like
be
that.
the difference of humor recently.
Yeah, no, you got to remember with Australians, when somebody says to me, God, are you from Australia? We take offense. So the first thing we all say to them, no, that's where we dumped everybody years ago.
Yes.
We just point that out because it's like Mel Gibson, it keeps having us like slagging us off with his films, Braveheart and stuff like that. Yeah, big up Mel Gibson, get over yourself. So we don't. We just take the mick out of the Aussies.
Yeah, I'm surprised you said big up to a redneck and didn't get hit for it, because a big up means something else to a redneck.
I know, yeah.
But anyway.
Well, I'm going to close this one out.
Yeah, because it's bloody 20 to 2. Why aren't you lot in bed? I got to go to bed.
No, I don't go to bed. I'm fixing to cook, but I'm going to put the link for backstage, and if anyone wants to come up and chat, but I'm going to close the live with this song. And okay,
Good night, everybody.
How does that work? Going backstage, how do you do that?
You just stay sitting where you are.
Okay.
And
I can do that. I can do that.
God bless y'all. Have a good night. Hope y'all like this song. I think it's a new one by Anthony, but
Yeah, it's a good song. I like it.
yeah. Here we go.
Say all dogs go to heaven, but I don't know. Well, it's been hell since you went away. People I know call me on the phone, but I don't have much to say. I think only God can save me now. I think the time's just about run out. Well, he's the light in the dark, the right at the fork of the road. But it's hard to admit when you don't even know where to go. But I don't know. Well, sometimes the sun shines so bright, I just can't feel it. And there's days I'm insane, but it's okay. At least it's real. Say all dogs go to heaven, but I don't know.